What is going on, everybody? A happy Monday to all of the real ones. Welcome into the show. I have been so excited for this day for so long, ever since the 2026 season came to an end. And it is one of the marquee events here at the company for us here at Chat Sports. And we're so glad that all of you are hanging out here with me. What is coming up today? Well, in case you don't know, now you know, we are live for day one of 2026 NFL free agency, the legal tampering period getting underway within the hour. So we're going to start to hear a lot about these contracts being verbally agreed to. Then, of course, on Wednesday is the new official start of the 2026 league year, and that's when these contracts can become official. So here on the show, anytime there is a signing, we're going to react to it here on the show with in-depth analysis, instant reactions, and breakdowns. We'll, of course, chop it up with all of you on the show as well. Be sure to get the comment section going, and whenever there is breaking news, we'll react to it together. My name is Chase Sr. No matter where you are, how you're tuned in, I appreciate all of you for making today's show a part of your day. And we're going to be live for the next several hours. Producer Chip, along for the ride. He's on the ones and twos, and we have people rocking and rolling with us from every pocket of America and worldwide. As you come in here, help us out. Be sure to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. Subscribe to the channel for daily coverage. Interact with everybody down in the comment section as well. Share this video on social media to let people know that what we're doing is very unique, because there aren't many people on YouTube who are doing what we're doing. I think here at Chat Sports, we have 20 live shows going right now. We'll be live all throughout the week right here on the program. An exciting announcement. I launched my own channel, NFL. It's called The Chase Down. We're live there. We're live on the 49ers Report. We're live on Eagles Now. And anytime a signing happens, we'll be discussing it here on the show. I do want to get you caught up with some of the moves that we have seen transpire. And this is the reality of the NFL schedule. It never sleeps. And it has become a year-round sport because of the way that the NFL has grown, of course, the business model of it, but how they do the schedule. You know, the NBA schedule doesn't make a lot of sense. They have these Christmas games that have been overtaken by NFL games. They start the NBA late in October during the midst of the NFL schedule. The NFL, on the other hand, really has year-round storylines, and it includes a marquee event like this free agency frenzy. You have training camp getting underway at the end of July, preseason games in August, regular season starts in September, goes through January, playoffs right after that, Super Bowl in February. We were just in Indianapolis for the NFL Combine, end of February, end of March. Now we have free agency. There's been a lot of breaking news prior to it. Then the NFL draft is at the end of April. Hold on, we're not stopping there. Rookie minicamp, OTAs, mandatory minicamp, little bit of a break. Training camp comes around, and then the season's going to be here before we know it. All right, let's run through some of these deals. Also, name a free agent who you want to sign. Just list me a name down in the comment section. Javonte Williams really got things kicked off with the Dallas Cowboys, signing that 3-year, $24 million deal with Dallas. $8 million per season for a player who showed flashes with Denver, hurt his knee, wasn't the same guy, resurrected his career last year with the Cowboys. And I think if they can get some defensive pieces, Dallas can be really good in 2026. Obviously, it's also going to come down to whether or not they can come through in some of the big moments. Christian Parker, their new DC, I do like that move. T'Vondre Sweat, the defensive tackle, traded by Robert Saleh's Tennessee Titans to the New York Jets in exchange for Jermaine Johnson. So the Jets get a huge, massive defensive tackle who's had some nice moments, and then Robert Saleh reunites with Jermaine Johnson at that pass rusher spot. We'll see if Tennessee agrees to a long-term extension with Jermaine Johnson. And so those were some moves, obviously, that happened to get us going. And then last week, we saw a bevy of trades on top of all of that. Titus Howard, the offensive tackle, traded from the Houston Texans to the Cleveland Browns. Every member of that Browns offensive line from last year no longer on the team. So Todd Monken has a lot of work to do alongside Andrew Berry for addressing the Browns offensive line. David Montgomery, the running back, traded from the Detroit Lions, where he's been the sidekick to Jahmyr Gibbs. He goes to a Houston Texans team that needs to have a consistent running game to help out C.J. Stroud. Now, most importantly, their defense is intact. I like some of the skill position players they have at wide receiver. Gave Dalton Schultz a new contract as well. But they need to do a better job of running the ball to help out C.J. Stroud. I like that David Montgomery move, and obviously Houston moving on from Joe Mixon. We still don't know what his injury was, which caused him to miss all of last year. Trent Brown, the offensive tackle, re-signing with Houston, 1 year up to $7 million for Nick Casario's unit. Trent McDuffie, you knew once he got traded from Kansas City to Los Angeles, he was going to sign a big contract. This news right here and the financial figures of McDuffie's new deal with the Rams is great news for any cornerback who's looking for a contract in the future, especially Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I say both of those players because next year they're both going to be extension eligible. And Trent McDuffie is a great slot corner. He's an okay perimeter corner. He got $31 million in average annual value on a 4-year, $120 million contract, $100 million in guaranteed money, once again resetting the cornerback market. The DJ Moore trade from Chicago to Buffalo was an interesting one. Moore had a down year in 2025, but he was kind of on the outside looking in. And moving forward, the target share for Chicago, it's going to center around Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, and Colston Loveland, which is why DJ Moore's numbers went down in 2025. But this is a player, even with bad quarterbacks, with Chicago, prior to that, with Carolina, he's had 3 or 4 1,000-yard seasons. The Bills desperately needed to address the wide receiver spot. I think he's going to put up big numbers for Josh Allen, 28 years old, going on 29. Is he a number one? I don't think so. But the Bills didn't have anybody close to DJ Moore's talent ability, and now you pair him alongside Khalil Shakir. Joe Brady is very tight with Keon Coleman. You draft the wide receiver, and a weakness could become a strength for Buffalo. Danielle Hunter, the ageless wonder. He is going to go down as one of the more underrated players in NFL history, in my opinion. He's made a ton of money, but he has been a phenomenal player for Minnesota, now with Houston, and he's a very interesting player because he wasn't all too productive in college. Some people worried about his lack of arm length. He has been a premier pass rusher, and he's getting another contract with Houston. This is a second or third deal with the Texans, a 1-year, $40.1 million contract. That's the reality with where Danielle Hunter is at his age, but continues to get paid because him alongside Will Anderson, a fearsome edge rusher combination. Tyler Biadasz, I don't know why the Commanders decided to move on, but they did. Now they have a big need at that center spot. And clearly he was valued by other teams. Chicago was interested, ends up signing with the Chargers on a 3-year, $30 million contract. Jake Moody let go by the San Francisco 49ers, a disastrous third-round pick. He signs with Washington on a 1-year deal. Dalton Schultz, I mentioned that a little bit earlier, signing an extension with Houston, 1 year, $12.6 million. I like the money there because he's a solid player. Garrett Bradbury, traded by the New England Patriots to the Chicago Bears. This comes after the retirement of Drew Dalman. I mean, Drew Dalman left Atlanta as one of the top centers in football, and Ben Johnson made it a priority to put a better offensive line in front of Caleb Williams. It worked out really well. Drew Dalman was a part of that. Really good pass protector, very smart and cerebral center, very good run blocker. He surprisingly retired, and that left a big void for Chicago. Open up some cap space with that and the trade of DJ Moore, but they needed to address the center spot because it's such an important focal point in that offense. And so Bradbury, who played well last year for New England, gets traded to Chicago. The blockbuster trade on Friday night, which I talked about on Eagles Now, the 49ers report, and the chase down, Maxx Crosby, traded to the Baltimore Ravens by the Las Vegas Raiders in exchange for 2 first-round picks. I like this move for both teams, right? For the Ravens, what have they had as their calling card ever since the turn of the century? Really, ever since they went to Baltimore. Having a tough, rugged, physical defense with guys who do it the Baltimore way, who love ball. Well, Maxx Crosby was a Raider to his core. That type of mentality and identity is a perfect fit for Baltimore. And Baltimore is in a win-now era, win-now window, and they've kind of gone cheap at the pass rusher spot in recent years. No longer. I know that Maxx Crosby is going to be 29 years old. Cap hit is north of $30 million, even though you can massage it and lower it to $7 million. He's ended the last 3 years hurt, but this is a premier pass rusher, great run defender, great for the culture. People around the NFL absolutely rave about Maxx Crosby, and so I like it for Baltimore. For Las Vegas, this is how you kickstart a rebuild. And I think it was October or November. I had tweeted out, the Raiders need to trade Maxx Crosby and Brock Bowers to reset and rebuild. And I got a lot of shit from that from Raiders fans because you're saying, why would we get rid of Maxx Crosby? He's not going to get dealt. He has the Raiders logo tatted on him. Because this is how you start a rebuild. You take a quarterback number 1 overall in Fernando Mendoza. You pair him up with an offensive-minded head coach in Clint Kubiak, who just won a Super Bowl and is going to be the play caller. Now you have the first pick and the 14th pick in this draft. I think that's underrated as far as the talking points about this trade. This isn't the 31st overall pick. This is the 14th overall selection from Baltimore going to Las Vegas. So now you can start to build around Fernando Mendoza. You've got 4 first-round picks the next 2 years, and I saw Warren Sharp tweet this out as well. No team has ever had more draft capital. So if you hit on those picks, the Raiders can be back and usher in a new and successful era. They haven't won a playoff game since 2003. Big money extension for the Philadelphia Eagles on Saturday afternoon, signing Jordan Davis, the defensive tackle, to a lofty deal. 3 years, $78 million, $65 million in guaranteed money, $26 million in average annual value. That is the biggest contract ever for a nose tackle. He is the second highest paid defensive tackle that is scheme dependent with alignment, of course. And I think that's a little bit of an overpay for the Eagles and Jordan Davis. I thought he was going to be in the market for like 15 to 20 million. $26 million is a lot. And of course, what has resulted in some talking points and buzz after the JD extension? What happens with Jalen Carter? Teams are calling the Eagles about Jalen Carter. It is important to decipher and figure out, are the Eagles shopping him or are teams just calling the Eagles? Two different things. Eddie Pinheiro re-signing with the Niners on Saturday as well. 4 years, $17 million, $10 million in guaranteed money. He's like the 14th or 15th highest paid kicker in the NFL. He missed 1 kick last year. It was a buzzer beater at the end of the halftime break from 64 yards. Other than that, pretty much perfect. He got $10 million in guaranteed money, but that's $4+ million per year for Eddie Pinheiro, who led the NFL in field goal percentage last year and is second in the history of the league in field goal percentage. So it was important for the Niners to bring Eddie Pinheiro back. I like that move for San Francisco, and I like the money there. Khalil Mack, he's made like $250 million in his career. What a career he's had, and thinking about it now, I don't know if he's ever won a playoff game. 1 year, $18 million deal, fully guaranteed to return to the Chargers, always in great shape. One of the best players in the history of football, a premier pass rusher still, who is still playing at an elite level. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. And if it weren't for him hurting his arm last year, probably would have had another double-digit sack season. Taron Johnson last night, traded by the Buffalo Bills to the Las Vegas Raiders, good slot corner. And the compensation going back to Buffalo, a 2026 7th and a 2026 6th to Buffalo. Eric Wilson, the linebacker this morning, re-signing with the Minnesota Vikings on a 3-year, $22.5 million deal, $12.5 million in guaranteed money. Asante Samuel Jr., re-signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 1 year, 4. He signed late in the year last year. I thought he played well for the Steelers. Fits their identity as an organization, being defensive dependent, although they've struggled in that area of late. The Mike McCarthy era is underway. I like Asante Samuel Jr. for a team like the 49ers, especially at 1 year, $4 million, but he's going to return to that Pittsburgh defense once again, and he played well coming off that neck surgery down the stretch for Pittsburgh. Monteric Brown, the cornerback, re-signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars, 3 years, $33 million. That Jags team was really good on the defensive side of the ball last year. And then Minkah Fitzpatrick this morning. This is the ultimate culture-setting move for the New York Jets. The Dolphins trading him to the Jets, and a 2026 7th-round pick goes to Miami. The Dolphins here want to clear some of that money off the books, but the Jets gave Minkah Fitzpatrick a 3-year, $40 million extension. Dallas Cowboys, very interesting team in this free agency cycle. They just traded for Rashawn Gary. Rashawn Gary and the Packers didn't come to an agreement on a contract extension, and so he gets traded to Dallas 2027 4th-round pick is going to Green Bay. Green Bay was going to cut him if they couldn't work out a trade, and the Cowboys are a team. They were in on Maxx Crosby, couldn't land him. This tells me they were interested in Trey Hendrickson, but he's a little bit too expensive, so they settle for Rashawn Gary. Christian Parker, the former Eagles DBs coach and pass game coordinator, now the DC for Dallas, coach Rashawn Gary in Green Bay when he was developing Jair Alexander into an all-pro. Cole Holcomb, the linebacker, re-signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 2 years, $5 million. Sheldon Rankings, defensive tackle, re-signing with Houston on a 2-year deal. We'll see what the money is there, but that Houston defense last year, one of the best units in the NFL. Joseph Ernberg getting us started with the $2 super chat. Let's effing go, Chase. Get this ish started. Appreciate it, Joseph. I'm not cursing now, but if I get fired up, I might let some curse words fly a little bit later. I know it's a kid-friendly program, but sometimes when things get crazy, you just never know. But Joseph, I love the excitement there. We're live on the 49ers Report. We're live on Eagles Now. More than 1,000 people have already joined us. As you can see, the countdown to free agency clock is right below me. 26 minutes until we start hearing about some of these deals. Spunky guy with the $2 super chat on Niners. No super chats in yet on Eagles. Who's going to be the first one? Let's go.
And how about this news, Chase? I don't know if you've seen this. Nothing official yet, but the Atlanta Falcons making a strong push for Tua Tagovailoa.
No way.
Crazy, man.
Tua Tagovailoa could be going to the Atlanta Falcons. Released this morning by the Miami Dolphins. The Falcons, once the new league year starts on Wednesday, will officially move on from Kirk Cousins. And now Tua is going to be in line to be the starter for Kevin Stefanski. I'll tell you this. I've never been a big Tua guy. I think he's small. He doesn't have that strong of an arm. He's not that mobile. And, of course, he has the concussion and health issues. Him playing indoors and in a warm weather division, I think is important. And you might say, Chase, he was playing in Miami. Had to go to Buffalo. Had to go to New England. Had to go to the Jets. When you're playing for the Falcons, you're playing indoors. You're going to Tampa Bay. You're going to Carolina. And you're playing indoors against the Saints. So Tua is a phony quarterback because he can't play in the cold. Can't beat physical, good quality defenses. But inside that division, it's wide open. And I don't hate the scheme fit for Kevin Stefanski either. All right, let's pop up our super chat menu here. As always, like Spunky guy who sent in that super chat, all super chats will get a shout out. If you send in a $20 super chat, you get a raffle ticket to get some show gear from us. That will be anything on our 49ers store or anything on our Eagles store. Whatever you want, I'll let you decide it. If you win our raffle, you've got to be here by the end of the stream in order to claim that prize. But you can win some show gear, Eagles Now shirt, 49ers Report shirt. We've got St. Patrick's Day merch. We've got some gear for your significant other if you want it. I think we've got some hats available as well. We've got Dub City gear, F Seattle stuff on that Niners side. So a $20 super chat, you can get a raffle ticket to get some show gear from us. $50 super chat. You'll spin the wheel. We've got some challenges on the wheel to make some things fun. $100 super chat. I will do a beer chug. If anybody sends in a 50 right now, I'll give you a beer bong. And our super chat MVP, the highest individual super chat on Eagles Now and on the 49ers Report, will get a signed jersey of your choice. And I'll let you decide what signed jersey you want as long as it's available for our jersey supplier. And that super chat has to be probably like $50 or more. But if the super chats start flying in, we'll give away an autographed jersey. All right, 23 minutes to go until the start of NFL free agency. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. John Clark reporting, it's my understanding the Eagles are trying to get a deal done with Jaelan Phillips and a contract extension with Jalen Carter after locking up Jordan Davis. It's all about the defensive line. A lot of money being invested into the defensive side of the ball for the Eagles. which means they're going to have to hit on a lot of draft picks on offense to make that side of the ball more affordable. And this is an offense for Philadelphia that was the most expensive offense in the NFL last year.
Some other news that just came in a couple minutes ago. Travis Kelce is expected to return to the Chiefs this year. This was expected as well, but now officially confirmed that Kelce will return for his 14th season.
I really want to see what the money is. Because if I'm Kansas City, look, they traded away Trent McDuffie. Patrick Mahomes is coming off a torn ACL. I'm not going to say it's a full-on rebuild for Kansas City, but like it's a reset, right? They're shuffling the chairs a little bit. I don't want to pay too much money to Travis Kelce. Preston Ingram, $2 super chat. That's the first one that we had coming in on Philadelphia Eagles now. Thank you, Preston, for that. And we'll, of course, have a super chat battle all throughout the day between the two channels. I did launch a brand new NFL football YouTube channel. It's called The Chase Down. We've got 23 people watching over there. I want to give some shout outs to some people watching on The Chase Down. Head over there and subscribe. In under 48 hours, we got well over 1,000 subscribers. And that is really humbling for me. It's really gratifying for me. Nothing is changing with my Eagles content, my Niners content. I just want to talk about the NFL on a national scale. 2 episodes are up, both over 1,000 views. A lot of subscribers gained so far. And I really appreciate everybody who has hit that sub button over there. The link to subscribe to the Chase Down is in the chat right now on the 49ers Report and on Eagles Now. So subscribe to the Chase Down, my brand new NFL show and channel. I can't wait to grow it. And let me give some shout outs to some people who are watching on the Chase Down, as they are some early real ones. Philly Don, Paca, Jacko Chases. Who else is here? I see Card Guy, ASVP. And our first comment on the live, let's see who it was from Jacko. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Really appreciate that. The Chase Down sublink is in the chat. Of course, Kane Angel, Fred, already hit that subscribe button. Josu said I can't find it. Link is in the chat. Subscribe to Chase Senior's new NFL show. It's that message that we put in the chat just moments ago. Thanks to Chip.
Throw it in there one more time for y'all. There it is.
And then, of course, we see people on the 49ers Report. Giuseppe, Hawk, Spunky Guy, Jacko Chases over there as well. Good stuff. Trying to get the watch time up on the Chase Down so that we can get that channel monetized.
You know, speaking of, Chase mentioned the merch briefly earlier. I think now's a good time to tell the people about some of our St. Patty's merch that we got coming with St. Patty's Day tomorrow, and obviously a lot of people celebrating it this weekend. You know, we got y'all covered with the best St. Patty's Day merch in the building, baby. So let me get this up for y'all. And we got a special deal to help it get to you guys before this weekend as well. 'Cause I know the weekend's cutting it close, but we can get it to you guys. No problem here.
Let's see here.
Kane Angel, I already got the green hoodie.
Oh, love it.
Jonathan says, beers hat. Yeah, we got all that. All right, so here it is. So for St. Patty's Day, we got some Philly drinking team merch, and we've got some Bay Area drinking team merch as well. Iron Arrow, $10 super chat. Let's go. You see the design on screen right now? We got it for both sides. The Niners Bay Area drinking team shirt also comes in black as well. But Philly drinking team, Bay Area drinking team, get involved. Those links, I'm going to throw it in the chat right now if you want to get them. Oh,
First time big time super chat of the day to get us started on the 49ers report. The Kid MD with a $50 super chat. The Kid MD. We'll pop that super chat up. I also saw Iron Arrow with a $10 super chat. We'll get to all those super chats, but you heard Chip. St. Patrick's Day merch available on both channels. Chip has put the links in the chat for both. And we've been sending these out all across the country and, in the case of Kane Angel, all across the globe.
Yep. And again, we got that special deal going on as well. You can also get some of these Beers hats. We got... The link is also in the chat for those right now. It's just chatsports.com/beers. Real simple. But you see we got some of these hats here. See, we got green.
Pair the hat up with the shirt. Look fresh for St. Patrick's Day.
And again, I was saying we got that special deal for you guys to make sure it's there in time. So if you order today and you choose the express shipping, it's down from $9 to just $5, and you'll get it by the 13th, which, by my math, is Friday. So it'll be there before the weekend. So take advantage. Links in the chat right now. Let's get to those super chats, baby.
Super chats coming in.
Let's get to those super chats. Let's start with a big one. Let's start with the big one, baby.
50. Marcus Wilson makes it rain. Here are some underrated players we can sign other than the big names like Alec Pierce, Kyle Pitts, and Romeo Doubs. I'm looking for some help on the offensive line other than Tyler Linderbaum. So that super chat is coming in on our Niners stream. Kyle Pitts actually got franchise tagged by Atlanta, so he can't be signed. The only way that a team can acquire Kyle Pitts, who's coming off an all-pro season, very gifted tight end, still only 25 years old, is to trade for him. And we'll see if Atlanta gives him a long-term deal or they have him play for 2026 under that franchise tag. So that's some info on Kyle Pitts. Obviously, Alec Pierce, the number one wideout available. I'd put Romeo Doubs number 2. Mike Evans probably number 3. Rashid Shaheed at number 4. Those are marquee players there. How about an under-the-radar wide receiver, Jalen Nailor of the Minnesota Vikings? I think he gets some decent coin, but he's not talked about like those aforementioned players. Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, signs with the Tennessee Titans, but that's another player in that next tier who could help the Niners get a little bit faster and explosive. Joel Bitonio is a stopgap option at left guard who I would really like for the 49ers. Now, I think it's important to address offensive line in this draft, especially getting a Trent Williams replacement, and we'll see if Trent Williams is even on the Niners in 2026, if they can agree to a revised contract. But Joel Bitonio is a player who, if you put him alongside Trent Williams, that's a good left side for your offensive line. David Onyemata is a defensive tackle from Atlanta who I wouldn't hate if he followed Raheem Morris from the Falcons to the Niners. Nick Cross is a safety from the Indianapolis Colts who I think you could throw in the mix there. Those are some names who come to mind. On our Eagles side, Iron Arrow, $10 super chat, considering how much money we are going to want to spend on defensive guys over the next couple of years. What proportion of defensive players do you think we take in this draft? So I was talking about this with Fran Duffy. I was talking about this with Zach Berman when I was at the NFL Combine. And this is something that I've talked about myself on the show. But like they believe, I believe, it's going to be pretty offensive heavy early in the draft. Of course, things could change. What if Avion Terrell is available at 23? What if Akeem Mesidor is available at 23? If there's a great defensive player that falls to 23 overall and the Eagles are on the clock, I don't think that they would go away from the best player available strategy because they always want to go with the upper echelon players because it makes your team better. But I do think they go offense heavy in this draft. And it wouldn't surprise me if they did something like what the Niners did last year. The Niners let a lot of defensive players go who are very expensive. They needed to get younger and kind of reset on the defensive side of the ball. The Niners' first 5 picks in the draft last year, all defense. So I think the Eagles could do something similar where, in no particular order, they go offensive line, tight end, wide receiver, and really try to pinpoint those 3 positions. And they could go multiple offensive linemen there. Now, I did put up a YouTube short last night. I put it up on my socials as well. The Eagles are very high on Drew Kendall. Do not be surprised if he gets some playing time in 2026. James with the $5 super chat. Chase, give me your opinion, please. Niners trade for Jordan Addison could be for Mac Jones straight up. The Vikings are in cap hell. And man, I don't know how Kwesi Adofo-Mensah messed things up to the point where Minnesota going into this offseason, they were nearly $50 million over the cap. And that's why they have restructured contracts. That's why when the new league year gets underway, they're probably going to let go of a lot of players, former Eagle, former Niner, Javon Hargrave being one of them, Aaron Jones, the running back, being one of them. But they've been in salary cap hell. Jordan Addison has run into some legal problems, and he's going to be looking for a contract extension soon. He's going to be a pretty expensive player. Not sure Minnesota's going to be able to keep him. I don't know if they want him to be around long-term because can they trust him? Now, from the Niners standpoint, they're so over the whole Brandon Ayuk situation, and I think Ayuk gets released on Wednesday when the new league year officially gets underway. Do they want to deal with the Jordan Addison headache because he's gotten arrested 3 times since coming into the NFL? I don't know. But he would be a really good scheme fit for Kyle Shanahan and a really good weapon for this team. And if you can get him and you can put trust in him for Mac Jones straight up, and Mac Jones becomes the franchise quarterback for Minnesota, that's a move that I wouldn't hate. It's a move that I wouldn't hate. More moves here, too. How about Zaire Franklin being traded from the Indianapolis Colts to the Green Bay Packers? I like that move. He's a good backer. James Winchester, the long snapper. Special teams players are people, too. Re-signing with Kansas City. So we've got a ticker of all these moves that have happened and are going to happen. And we'll keep you in the know right here on the show all day. Day 1, NFL free agency. We're bringing the heat. James with the $5 super chat. Thank you for that one. Appreciate it. Raymond Stowe. Been here since Thomas Mott let Howie cook. I'll tell you what, I'd really love to design some Howie season shirts. If you'd be interested in buying some of those, if Howie cooks and makes some splash moves, type me in the chat on Eagles Now or on the Chase Down. Because I think those are shirts that could really sell well. But Raymond, thanks for being a long-time real one. Glad that Thomas is doing well on his channel. I know he's kind of teamed up with Josh Davis, who's also doing a good job at the Philly Special. I like what Anthony DeBona does with Josh as well. I want content creators to do well because this space is very competitive. It can be very difficult. But if other people are thriving, that's great. I want to thrive as well. All right, we did get a $50 super chat in a little bit earlier, and I did say that anytime a 50 would come in, we'd spin the wheel. And I did mention, by the way, the first $50 super chat that would come in, I'd give you a beer bong. If we get a 50 on Eagles Now, I'll do a beer bong as well. But let's spin that wheel for that $50 super chat that came in from the Kid MD. I believe that was Marcus. Let's spin it.
Around and around it goes.
10 air squats.
Get it going.
All right, 10 air squats for the $50 super chat. I'm going all the way down here. I've been doing high rocks training, wall balls, very important with the air squats. So 10 air squats coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Send in those 50s. We'll spin the wheel again.
Some fun stuff on there. Freestyling, having a drink, so.
And thank you, Marcus, for that 50. We'll give you a beer cheers here.
You also get those raffle tickets as well.
Yes, sir.
Give you a few for that 50. First one in. Only one in the raffle so far.
Cheers.
Someone said, so you don't drink anymore. Well, there we go.
We drink from time to time. We're very selective with it. Everything in moderation, ladies and gentlemen. So, by the way, with the raffle tickets to get some show merch, that's $20 or more. So Marcus had sent in that 50. That qualifies for 20 or more. He got a raffle ticket. But yes, Joe, I don't drink as much as I used to. 1, I hate hangovers. 2, I'm getting older. 3, it really impacts my training regimen. And 4, my energy is very important to me. So if I don't have energy and I'm feeling all sluggish, I absolutely hate that. Oh! Johnny Zach, $100 super chat. That's our first $100 or more super chat coming in day 1 of NFL free agency. Johnny. Thank you, brother. More shout outs to everybody watching on the chase down, by the way. Jacko chases again. Slim Reaper. My God, Draco. Yoshi is also in the building. Philly Don there as well. Jeannie Wyatt. Awesome stuff. The chase down nearly at 1,400 subscribers. And I just launched the channel. Our first video went out, I think, 10:15 Central on Friday night. Nothing is changing with my Eagles or Niners coverage. I just want to talk about the NFL and college football on a national scale. So if you like what I do and you like me and you like my shows and you like football, the Chase Down is a new channel that I started in order to talk some more football over there. John, $100 super chat. What do you feel is the trade value and market for Trent Williams? What do you think he would get on the open market if released? Great question. So let's talk Trent Williams here. He's going to be 38 years old in July. So that definitely impacts the price tag because an acquiring team isn't going to sacrifice too much draft capital for a soon-to-be 38-year-old unless they think that Trent Williams is the move that can get them a Super Bowl championship. But in his prime, Trent Williams would be worth at least a first-round pick, maybe 2 first-round picks. It's one of the best offensive tackles ever. Now, though, I think he'd be worth like a second-round pick. Maybe you could get a second and a fourth. And if you're the Niners, you're at 27 overall. You've got your own second-round pick, which is the 27th pick in the second round. What if you can get, like, pick 45? What if you can get, pick 38?
I doubt it.
So, if you're the Niners and you don't want to pay Trent Williams that much money, or you're unable to come to an agreement on a new type of contract that will lower the cap hit, which is nearly $39 million for 2026, do you try to trade him? I would not be shocked if that happened.
And speaking of, literally, as soon as you started talking about that, Chase, it came out from Ian Rappaport. Niners are now said to be open to trading Trent Williams if the situation doesn't get resolved.
Wow.
And Garafolo added on to that and said, still not sensing much progress in talks between the Niners and Trent Williams. Time left to come to a solution, but something has to give.
Wow.
So he could end up being traded.
Wow. I mean, that could be a YouTube short for sure. Chip, if you want to go full screen, we can just screen record that because that is very significant news.
Yeah, let me just, I can tell him that you're about to rip that. One sec.
So the tweet from Ian Rappaport, the 49ers are now said to be open to trading Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams if the situation doesn't get resolved. A resolution has not been easy, and Williams is frustrated with the process. He's due $32 million in salary with a $38+ million cap number. Mike Garafolo adding on top of that, still not sensing much progress in talks between the Niners and Trent Williams. Time left to come to a resolution, but something has to give. Wow. So literally, as I'm saying, I wouldn't be surprised if he got dealt.
There we go.
The report comes out the Niners are willing to trade Trent Williams. All right, we good for a short? All right, cool. I'm just going to set a timer here so I know I'm closing in on 60 seconds here. And we'll talk Trent Williams for a YouTube short, which will be clipped up for social media as well. We're doing it all because we're a content factory here at Chat Sports. We have some breaking 49ers news right at the start of NFL free agency, and it has to do with Trent Williams. But first, I'm going to be live all week talking about every Niners signing, every big Niners news item. So don't forget to give me a follow and subscribe. We know that Trent Williams is going to be 38 years old once the 2026 season comes around. And he's one of the most decorated and best offensive tackles of all time. But his cap number in 2026 is north of $38 million, approaching $39 million. He wants a new deal. But the Niners, of course, are wary about giving him a new contract, given his age. And so this report just came out for me in Rappaport that the Niners are now said to be open to trading left tackle Trent Williams, sources say, if the situation doesn't get resolved. A resolution has not been easy, and Williams is frustrated with the process. He's due $32 million in salary. I said last week I wouldn't be surprised if he got dealt. This situation worth monitoring. This is what you call hardball here. So instant reaction on the Trent Williams front there.
Wow, wow, wow.
All right, NFL free agency officially underway. Here we go. Get ready for some big contracts, a lot of breaking news, and a lot of craziness across the NFL.
Let's go, let's go. It's time. If you're ready, spam go.
Spam go.
It's go time.
Spam go. The legal tampering period is officially here. We've already been live for nearly an hour. And it's so funny. When I came here to Chat Sports, I was one of our lead NBA analysts. And obviously, I've been covering the NFL since I came here in 2021 as well. March 1, 5-year anniversary, by the way. I can't believe it. A few years ago, when these tampering periods would begin, there were deals like seconds after the hour switched. Now, though, teams are like, we'll wait a little bit so it's not as obvious. It's the legal tampering window, but still, no big deals yet. But tight end Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs are working on a deal to bring him back to Kansas City for a 14th year. Nothing has been finalized. Wow, this is crazy to me. It would be a 1-year deal worth up to $15 million. If I was Kansas City, I'd move on. I'd say, Travis, we'll give you like $5 to $8 million. We can't be giving you 15. But look, practice is hard, important to the culture. He's an absolute Chiefs icon. But that is a lot of money for a player who is clearly over the hill.
I wonder if they make it very incentive heavy.
Yeah, have to.
Have to, right? Oh, but Rossini did add that Kelsey is exploring the market with a few select teams.
Okay.
So not 100%, I guess. Let's go, baby. Who's going to be the first official signing in the legal tampering period? And there it is. One of the top names off the board. Alec Pierce back to the Colts.
Alec Pierce returning to the Indianapolis Colts. It is a 4-year, $116 million contract.
Whew. 29 a year.
29 a year. And this would be big for the Eagles and A.J. Brown, right? Because the New England Patriots, for instance, are not landing Alec Pierce. So 116 divided by 4 is $29 million per year. We could pop up the highest paid wide receivers in the NFL there, Chip, when you have a chance to look at where Alec Pierce is specifically.
Yep.
Because he definitely becomes one of the higher paid wide receivers in football.
How do y'all feel about the signing? Grade it for us. ABC, DRF. That is 29 a year. So, yeah, we do have this in here.
He'll be 26 in May. Never gone over 1,000 yards, but his quarterback play has not been good. So you look at where Alec Pierce is now. Just fits in there as the 10th highest paid wide receiver in football. After Brandon Ayuk, yikes. And ahead of T. Higgins. So you've got Jamar Chase at 40 and a quarter. Justin Jefferson at 35. CeeDee Lamb at 34. DK Metcalf 33. Garrett Wilson 32 and a half. Terry McLaurin at 32.33. A.J. Brown at 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown at 30.0. Brandon Ayuk at 30 even. Amon-Ra obviously has some change on the back end of that, as you see. And then T. Higgins at 28.75. Look, in a robust, exploding market, he's now the 10th highest paid wide receiver in football. I don't think that's that bad of a contract. A lot of people are going to overreact to it, but I don't think it's that bad of a deal.
Well, so on our Niners side of things, the poll question was, who do you want the Niners to sign today? Put 3 names in there. Alec Pierce, Romeo Doubs, John Franklin Myers. 51% of people with over 500 votes said Alec Pierce. He's off the board.
Off the board.
So we'll have to change that one here.
So too is Olamide Zaccheaus. He's returning to the Atlanta Falcons, according to Tom Pelissero. 7 years after making Atlanta's roster as a UDFA, the man they call Oz, back in the ATL with Atlanta. And it looks like Tua Tagovailoa, by the way, in case you missed the news, could be the quarterback. All right, Chip. I think what I'm going to do is you can just keep me here, and I'm just going to clip like some shorts for the chase down as well.
Yeah.
And get some of those out as well. Alec Pierce is a really talented player. Runs well, 6'3", goes up and get it. His contested catchability is elite. The teams that were interested in Pierce, according to Diana Rossini, Patriots, Raiders, Chargers, and 49ers. But most had a strong belief that Pierce would ultimately return to the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, couple super chats coming in.
Couple super chats coming in. Let me react to Alec Pierce, and then we'll get to some of those super chats.
1 sec, let me get off the screen for you here.
NFL free agency has gotten underway with a bang, and one of the most marquee free agents is off the board. Colts wide receiver Alec Pierce is signing a 4-year, $116 million contract extension worth $29 million per season to return to the Indianapolis Colts. A lot of teams involved in the Alec Pierce sweepstakes. It included teams like the New England Patriots, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the San Francisco 49ers. But according to reports, the belief from those teams was that Alec Pierce was always going to return to Indy. I think Alec Pierce is actually underrated. A lot of people are going to look at $29 million per season for a player who's never gone over 1,000 yards, and they're going to say, this is an overpay. He's the 10th highest paid wide receiver in football. He's 6'3", runs well, and I was watching some Alec Pierce tape last night. Alec Pierce is a player who has great contested catch ability, can get past the defense, and is a physical threat at that wideout spot. I love him as a player. So I'm not going to overreact to this contract. A lot of people will. I'm not going to. The New England Patriots are signing Ravens defensive end Draymond Jones. Diana Rossini with that report. Baltimore made a strong push to retain Jones, a midseason trade acquisition, but New England wins out, landing more pass rushing help. Kayvon Chason is a free agent, so you have to wonder if Draymond Jones is the option there to replace him, and he'd obviously be a lot more affordable.
People all over the board here in our chats on the Alec Pierce signing. As expected, very, very different opinions all across the board here, but took no time for him, by the way, to stay in Indy immediately. Let's see. Want to get to those couple super chats we got now.
For sure. Here is, I think, silent $5 super chat. If they don't sign at least 2 starters in free agency, they need to trade Mack and Trent Williams at a minimum. No signing. They aren't trying to win in 2026. Wipe the slate. And in case you missed it, the Niners are open to trading Trent Williams if they can't figure out a new deal. Joseph Ernberg, $2 super chat. Dobbs will be hurt by week 3 with the Niners. Look, he's had 2 concussions. Both of the concussions are when he hit his head on the ground. That's why he wears a Guardian cap. But I was watching some Romeo Dobbs tape last night. He's exactly what Kyle Shanahan looks for in a wide receiver from a route running scheme and utilization standpoint. Filthy route runner, can get open with what Kyle Shanahan designs. Really explosive player. And if Alec Pierce is getting 29, I wonder what Romeo Dobbs is going to get.
Eric Stokes back to the Raiders.
Oh, wow.
3 years, 30 mil, so he gets 10 a year.
10 million a year. That's not bad. I kind of like that for Las Vegas because we've seen this corner market absolutely explode.
And Pierce, by the way, you might have mentioned this already, but got that 116. It's only 60 million fully guaranteed at signing.
Okay.
84 million in total guarantees. I guess you can get some of the other guarantees later, but that's the other thing. When people look at the numbers, it's like these contracts, man, they're not fully guaranteed. Andrew Nathan brings up a good point. What happens with Michael Pittman now? I mean, he's a guy that could easily get cut.
Yep.
Maybe if somebody wants to swoop in and pull off a trade. So here are those 2 moves that just happened. Here's the Eric Stokes move. You can see 3 years, 30 million with the Raiders. They just got to keep any talent they can. And then Draymond Jones headed to the Patriots. They need some defensive line help. Man, so one of the big dominoes falls immediately.
Yep. That was the one we were looking for, too. Romeo Doubs, probably next at the wide receiver spot to get a big money deal, but AP staying with Indy.
Lyle Boyard coming in the $5 Super Chat. And right now, Niners is destroying in the Super Chat battle. I'll put that up here in a sec, but let's show this Super here from Lyle first.
Yeah, we've got, let's see, $13 of Super Chats on Eagles now, and then we've got 170 on the 49ers report.
Get that up for you in a sec here, Lyle. Now Pelissero saying the Colts not done spending. They're going to continue to work towards a multi-year deal with Daniel Jones, who they put the transition tag on. So prioritizing Jones and Alec Pierce. So Lyle coming in here with a $5 super. Remember what the Niners said last year about Remember what the Niners last year said. It's about the 2026 season. We'll see what they do. Or they just blowing smoke. They've been linked to a lot of free agents, so I don't think they're just blowing smoke. They, whether they end up signing some guys or not, it's in the day, it's up to the player as well as to agree to it. But they've been linked to some guys. Sounds like they're being aggressive. It's a 3-year, $39 million deal for Draymond Jones.
Okay. Wow. 3 years, 39. New England must really like him.
Man.
Sheesh.
Did have a career high in sacks with 7 last year and 55 pressures.
That was like one of those under-radar, non-tier 1 players that I would have liked for the Niners.
Yeah, that would have been a good fit. That's some solid change, though, man.
That's too much money. Way too much money. The sit down with Jeff Nadeau. $10 super chat. Lyle, thanks for that $5 super chat, by the way. Jeff, it's funny that you sent in that super chat there, and I know I got to get back to you pertaining to the conversation that we had. It's been a crazy last few weeks for me in San Francisco for the Super Bowl in Indy. For the Combine, just started my own NFL show as well. And we'll definitely link up on what you asked me about. Some guys in the office were playing that clip the other day of when you hopped off the plane, and I think it was Barstool Yak was live on the air, and you hopped off the bird, and Rico was on the stream with Big Cat. And when you said, get fucked pussy to Rico, it's one of the funniest moments in the history of YouTube. I also looked at the overall views of that live stream. Nadeau pushes numbers, man. You drive some metrics because that's definitely by far the most viewed Yak episode, if it's the Yak, I think it was, that I had seen up on that channel. But you saying that to him and then him being absolutely unhinged, a little bit concerned about the guy, was so funny. And we were watching it a couple times in the office here. Just so funny by you when you said that. But Jeff Nadeau, subscribe to his YouTube channel if you like mob and mafia content. Does a great job. Congratulations, by the way, on over 100,000 subscribers. You'll get that YouTube plaque soon, I hope. Thanks for keeping us updated, bro. Amen. Salute. Hope all is well. So good.
That totally caught me off
CEO
guard.
said that totally caught me off guard. Dude, it was absolutely hilarious. Because Big Cat's like, Jeff, anything to say? And the dude's like, get fucked, pussy. Throw up the birds. So funny. Alex, $2 super chat. We need Linderbaum. I think he's going to go back to Baltimore. That's one of the big money moves that is probably going to happen any moment now. And I think he sets the record for the highest paid center in the history of football. Creed Humphrey has that right now. I think Linderbaum goes over $20 million. And I had relayed this news when I was at the NFL Combine when we were talking to Eric DeCosta, the Ravens general manager. He said, we have offered Tyler Linderbaum a market-setting contract.
I've seen some talk that Linderbaum's trying to
get some more
closer
coin.
To like guard money, right?
Crazy.
Like I saw like Trey Smith's at like 26. He wants close to that.
Wow.
So we'll see what he gets. Some Niners fans want to bring back Greenlaw. Let's see. Rado, greetings from Poland. Shout out to Rado watching from Poland.
Good stuff.
Guys, free agency just started. Did anyone reach out to John Lynch to let him know that free agency was on? We've only seen like 4 signings since the official start. It's only been 18 minutes. We got some time.
So on the A.J. Brown trade front, I do think Alec Pierce going back to Indy could impact things a little bit. The A.J. trade talks had simmered down, stalled out a little bit because the Patriots were looking at Pierce in free agency. Now that he goes back to Indy, do those talks get underway once again?
Theodore, watching from Germany, originally from Philadelphia. Shout out.
Love it.
Free agency just started, and it's already over for us.
Any other moves here?
Nothing since the Draymond
Jones. Yeah, Patriots losing some negotiating power. We'll see if now they give Howie Roseman the asking price that he's been demanding for A.J. Brown.
Be sure, if you're enjoying our live coverage, hit that thumbs up icon. Throw us a like on the stream. It helps us out. It helps the stream, get pushed out to more people. 650 people watching live right now on Niners. 442 watching on Eagles. We've got 157 likes on Niners, 124 likes on Eagles. When we get to 200 likes on each show, I'll crack open my first drink of the day. I'll give you all a little beer chug here on the show. We are 43 likes away on Niners, now 42. We are 65 likes away on Eagles. So once we get to 200 on each, I'll give y'all big old chug of probably a Happy Dad, I think is what we have here. So if you're enjoying the coverage, just a way to support the show. Completely free. Takes 1 second. And if you want to see your team, Niners fans, Eagles fans, make some moves here. Hit that thumbs up icon, baby. Steve, never a doubt in my mind. Patriots pay whatever Howie's asking for A.J. Brown now. We'll see if they get desperate. Up to 185 likes on Niners. 15 away. Up to 165 on Eagles. 35 away. We're getting there, baby. Oh, there's another big domino to fall.
Oh, what do we got?
Kenneth Walker signing with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I love it for Kansas City.
Wow.
I love it for Kansas City.
they don't usually pay up for that position.
No, I was talking about this last night on the Chase Down, that I wanted to see either Travis Etienne or Kenneth Walker go to Kansas City. They, over the last couple of years, have desperately needed to have a better run game, to just have more offensive juice. And I think Walker really gives them that.
Very curious to see what the money is here. All right, while we wait for that to get into our system, I just want to take a quick look. I want to see if I can guess what the money's going to be. So, I don't think he gets, Saquon money. I don't think he gets CMC money. Maybe like 16?
Yeah.
Right above Derrick Henry? He definitely wants more than, Hall's in the franchise tag, I suppose. I'm gonna guess 16. It's my guess.
16.
It's my guess. Here it is. Full details to be announced, but
Kenneth Walker to Kansas City.
So that probably means they're not going to go Love in the draft.
Yes.
If he even made it there.
So Kenneth Walker to Kansas City. I can't wait to see what these numbers are financially.
Yeah.
Not surprised that John Schneider isn't bringing back Walker.
Interesting where they go with that position, though, because obviously Charbonnet has a torn ACL.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if they draft somebody in the third round, second round, maybe. If they like somebody.
Let's see. Did we get any other big-time Super Chats? We got the 100 in. We got the 50 in.
Yeah, that's all we've got. That's
Other than that,
two.
okay, cool.
Yeah, we're all caught up here. Still no numbers. Shout out to Go Coop Go, watching from Madison, Wisconsin. Keep refreshing that feed, Chase.
Oh, I'm refreshing it. I'm refreshing it.
I wonder how often. I feel like I saw this earlier. It's only happened a couple times. A Super Bowl MVP switching teams in the same offseason. Can't happen very often. Luke, watching from Australia. Shout out to Luke.
Shout out to Luke.
We're 15 likes away from 200 on Eagles now. We already reached that number on the Niners report. Once we get there, I said I'm cracking open my first drink of the day, giving y'all a beer chug. So 15 likes away. As we wait for this Kenneth Walker number. EJ, Kyle Pitts is already off the board. Although there was some chatter that they could possibly look to trade him, even after they franchise tagged him, but they franchise tagged him. Oh! What?
Genie Wyatt. Genie Wyatt. A $500 super chat. Jeannie Wyatt sends in the biggest super chat that you can send in. YouTube doesn't let you go over 5 Benji Franks, but Jeannie with the bang sends in the 500. Jeannie, we're going to send you a signed Niners jersey regardless. Wow. Faithful ladies in the house. I don't think the Niners will sign any free agents at all. I will be surprised if they sign a center and a left guard. If the Niners don't fix the offensive line this year, there will be no chance of winning a Super Bowl at all. So I think they're going to sign free agents. What types of free agents do they sign? Are they tier 1? Are they tier 2? Are they roster fringe types? I think they'll make some notable moves. I think it's going to be bigger than last year when San Francisco had their biggest signing be Luke Farrell, right? But whether it be in the draft or free agency, I agree, Jeannie. Gotta address the offensive line.
Jeannie Wyatt. Everyone show some love to Jeannie Wyatt. Man. All right, well, I'm definitely doing a beer bong now. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. For that $500 super chat, you need to get shit face now. Supreme Rudy. I'll go get a beer bong here in a sec. Wow. Jeannie Wyatt.
Jeannie, that's crazy. I'll take down a drink for you. All
right, let me be right back.
Yep. No, I'm good. I'm good. Bucks are finalizing a deal to re-sign their standout tight end, Cade Otton, taking a big-time target off the market. So that's another player off the market. $500 super chat for Jeannie. What a legend. Jacko Chase is saying Jeannie Wyatt is a chat sports legend. Oh, she's a legend. She's been around for a bit. A legend indeed. Oh, brutal. Oh, WBC's on. Who's playing? Oh, okay. It works. U.S. at 7. How about Kyle Schwarber's home run the other night? Absolutely electric. Jeannie, I got to take down a drink for that $500 super chat. Jeannie, you're a goat.
Go. Bucks are re-signing Cade Otton. Their tight end.
Yep, I had passed that along once you left to get the beer bat. We'll see what that money is for Cade Otton there.
Oh, here's the money for Kenneth Walker. It's a 3-year deal for 43, could be worth up to 45.
Okay.
So about 15 a year.
So could get $15 million per year. I talked about that last night on the Chase Down, that I think he could be in the market for about $15 million per season. We can't do super chats on the Chase Down, by the way. I see some people asking about that because the channel has to get monetized first. First, you need to get to 1,000 subscribers. Then you need 4,000 hours of watch time. And so once we get to that, then you can send in super chats. But if you want to send in a super on Eagles Now or on the 49ers Report, you can, of course, do that as well. But no super chats yet on the Chase Down. We'll get there.
Man.
So 3 years, 43.05 for Kenneth Walker, $28.7 million in guaranteed money. Looks like the Commanders pushed hard for Alec Pierce as well.
Yeah, they're a team that sneakily has a huge need at wide receiver. All right, I got a beer bat. No beer bongs left, unfortunately, but same thing.
If you are watching on the Chase Down, by the way, I do encourage you to subscribe. Just launched the YouTube channel Friday night, and we've been picking up subscribers like crazy, which has been absolutely incredible to see. We've already got 1,435 people subscribed to the channel.
All right. In honor of the World Baseball Classic, I got a beer bat.
Let's go. USA, USA.
USA playing tonight.
Who they got tonight?
They got Mexico. Big game. Both teams 2-0 in Pool B. So
Huge.
Mexico just mercy ruled Brazil yesterday, 16-0. So
Dominican Republic looking very scary. I see Chow on Niners, as Chip is about to do that beer bat, saying that the Niners are missing Adam Peters. I actually don't think so. I don't think he's done a great job with Washington. That was the oldest team in the NFL last year. They were really bad. They got old very fast. The Deebo Samuel trade was just okay. I actually don't like a lot of the moves that he's made. I think what the Niners need is some more firm voices inside that facility from a scouting standpoint. It's kind of Kyle Shanahan driving what the Niners do as far as player acquisition and player evaluation. I disagree. They need a bona fide GM in there. When Bill Belichick tried to have a lot of team control, it didn't work out well. Andy Reid, when he did in Philly, didn't work out well. So I think it's just too much to handle when you're trying to handle being a head coach and the GM.
So more news here, another signing. Jalen Watson, corner, signing with the Rams on a 3-year deal.
Okay.
Former Chief. So Rams really addressing their biggest need, which was the secondary.
Yep. McDuffie and Watson.
They just stole the Chiefs' corners. Took McDuffie and Watson. That's hilarious. The Durham Special.
So Kenneth Walker at 14.35. I was talking about this last night on the Chase Down with where this factors in average annual value. So among running backs, Saquon Barkley's making $20.6 million per season. Christian McCaffrey at 19. There's a big drop-off after that. Derrick Henry's at 15. Breece Hall at 14.293. So this would make Kenneth Walker the 4th highest paid running back in the NFL. Another team that I was talking about that is in the market for a running back, could the Denver Broncos go Travis Etienne? I think they need to upgrade that running back room.
Oh, what did I just see here? Laramie Tunsil contract extension, 2 for 60.
2 for 60. $30 million a year for Laramie Tunsil. I imagine that frees up some cap space for Washington. 3 years, $51 million, 34 guaranteed for Jalen Watson. The Rams are handing out dough.
All right, Jeannie. Beer bet time, Jeannie.
Let's go.
With a K-State bet.
Let's go.
Shout out, Brett. Think he's watching. Shout out. Any good this year? I don't know. Probably not. Oh, no. Oh, my.
Oh, Jaylen Phillips gone. Jaylen Phillips gone.
All right, let me do this.
Jaylen Phillips to the Carolina Panthers on a 4-year, $120 million contract. $30 million per season for Jaylen Phillips. That is crazy money. Eagles were never paying Jaylen Phillips $30 million per season, and I don't blame Jaylen Phillips for taking that. Holy shit.
Wow, dude. Wow.
We'll do a cut on that, by the way, if you want to communicate that.
Yep.
I'll do a YouTube short right here. I'm live on Philadelphia Eagles now for day one of NFL free agency, so give me a follow and subscribe. Join us over there. But a breaking news reaction here. There was a lot of optimism from the Eagles camp that they were going to be able to retain Jaylen Phillips. And there was some talk that the Eagles were looking at signing him at a contract worth $20+ million per season. He just got an absolute bag from the Carolina Panthers. And he had 41 pressures in 8 games with the Eagles. He has flourished under Vic Fangio now twice with Miami and with the Eagles. But the Eagles were never paying Jaelan Phillips this amount of money. 4-year contract with Carolina. $120 million. That is $30 million in average annual value for Jaylen Phillips. And I don't blame him at all. This is a guy who medically retired from football in college and at the NFL level has torn his ACL and he's torn his Achilles. He was taking the highest bidder and the highest price tag, and that is from Carolina. Wow. Eagles need an edge. The Eagles will get a third-round comp pick back for Jaylen Phillips in next year's draft. Holy cow. $30 million per season for Jaylen Phillips. Going to react to this in full coming up here in just a moment. But that is insane money. No way. Steelers get a wide out. They need to be better in that wide receiver room, no doubt about it. So they re-sign Alec Pierce at $29 million a year. And then they trade away Michael Pittman. So the Colts sending wide receiver Michael Pittman to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sweet. Yep. That sounds great. Yeah, no, that's fine. He was looked at as probably the second best edge. I can just say that. Wow. Keep it locked here on Eagles Now. I know we've seen an uptick in audience. Nearly 600 people watching. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. I got a lot of thoughts on this Jaylen Phillips signing with Carolina. And we'll do a full video coming up here in just a moment, live on the show. Just wanted to get some graphics ready. That is a crazy deal. Hey, this is what happens in free agency, man. Chubby's on this. If you want to send in a super chat on Eagles Now too, by the way, we'll answer that ASAP right after I do this cut. Landon Dickerson, in addition to Cam Jurgens, also got some stem cell therapy this offseason, according to Zach Berman. So that's some more news on the Eagles front, as two of their marquee offensive linemen look to get healthy. Cool. Let's do it. Ravens are signing offensive lineman John Simpson to a 3-year, $30 million deal. I wonder what that means for Tyler Linderbaum. Malik Willis to the Miami Dolphins. They released Tua Tagovailoa earlier, and now Malik Willis is headed to Miami. If Jaylen Phillips got $30 million, we'll see what Malik Willis gets. Probably along the lines of like the Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones type of deal. In the meantime, numbers are in. Oh, I like that a lot. If he ends up playing well, Jeff Hafley, of course, has a connection with Malik Willis. He was the Packers DC. That could end up being a really good move. Okay. All right, let's react to Jaylen Phillips here. And obviously for the Niners, they're not going to be able to sign Jaylen Phillips either. But for the Eagles' standpoint, they need a pass rusher now. And what does this mean for Philadelphia? Let's react to it. Let's go. It is day one of 2026 NFL free agency, and we have some breaking news here on Philadelphia Eagles now. There was a lot of optimism from Philadelphia and Howie Roseman that the Eagles were going to be able to retain edge rusher Jaylen Phillips, the trade acquisition who really helped to improve Philadelphia's defense following the NFL trade deadline. But Philadelphia was never going to pay Jaylen Phillips the number that he just got from the Carolina Panthers. The preferred price tag for the Eagles, somewhere in the neighborhood of $20, $25 million. But Jaylen Phillips is signing with Carolina on a 4-year, $120 million contract. He gets $80 million in guaranteed money, and that is good for $30 million per season. Obviously, this isn't good news for the Eagles. They only have 2 edge rushers under contract going into 2026, Nolan Smith and Jaylen Hunt. And so there is a lot of work to do for Howie Roseman to address a position of importance. And you look ahead to the NFL draft, I think the Eagles have to go offense heavy early in the draft, unless the board falls their way, because this defense is starting to and will become very expensive. Jordan Davis got a contract extension. Eagles could give Jalen Carter a contract extension. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, going to be up for new deals. Philadelphia really likes Nolan Smith and Jaylen Hunt, but now edge rusher becomes a huge need for the Eagles. Jaylen Phillips was phenomenal for the Eagles after the trade deadline. The defense went from being really good to great, and in 8 games with the Eagles, Jaylen Phillips had 41 pressures. And he put together another marvelous season under Vic Fangio. And how about these numbers? Since being traded to the Eagles, Phillips had those 41 pressures, which ranked 6th in the NFL. He also logged 32 hurries with Philadelphia. That was 4th in the league. His pressure rate was 18.8%. That was also 4th. And the Eagles defense, since the Phillips arrival in Week 10, they were number 1 in points per game allowed. So the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL at 15.6. Their sack number of 26 from there on out was tied for 5th. Their sack rate was 8.6%. That was tied for 7th. Their pressure rate, 41.7%. That was 6th. They forced and generated 14 turnovers. That was tied for 5th. The completion rate allowed, because quarterbacks didn't have a lot of time to drop back and survey the field. That is why pressures are important. Sacks are not the end-all, be-all. 54.3%. That was first. And the passer rating against was 69.3. That ranked third. So this is a pretty sizable loss for the Eagles. They worked hard to retain Jaylen Phillips. He was one of the players this offseason who they wanted to get a deal done with. But I imagine that the Eagles had an offer out to Phillips, and they let him and his agent hit the open market, and they said, Jaylen, come back to us. And when Phillips came back to the Eagles and said, Carolina is offering me $120 million and $30 million per season, Howie is going to say, see you later. We're not going to give you that type of money. Best of luck. There is some good news here sprinkled in for the Eagles. With Jaylen Phillips leaving, the Eagles will get a third-round compensatory pick back in the 2027 draft. So it's not the end-all, be-all for Phillips going to Carolina. You look at his 2025 PFF ranks, this is the entire season, but I thought him being on this Eagles defense alongside some really talented players on the defensive line, and then with some really good players at that second and third level, that's when he took his game to the next level. Overall PFF grade 74, pass rush grade 77.1. He was really good against the run for the Eagles. That really surprised me. The 73 pressures all year was ninth, 41 of them again coming with the Eagles in 8 games. And his missed tackle rate, 18.5%. You look at what he's done the last 4 years, this goes to show you why I think Jaylen Phillips wanted to take this deal and why I don't blame him. He medically retired from football in college. Then at the NFL level, he suffered from a torn Achilles and a torn ACL. So he's dealt with injuries at the NFL level where it became really important for him to cash in. So Jaylen Phillips to Carolina, 4 years, $120 million, and we'll see what the Eagles do in turn. But even Draymond Jones got like $39 million. Could they make a trade for Jonathan Grenard? That could be a really interesting move for the Eagles. We'll talk more about that coming up here in just a moment. We'll take a look at some of the top pass rushers available. But first, your one-word reaction to Jaylen Phillips getting a crazy bag from Carolina. Let me know down in the comments section right now. Today's Philadelphia Eagles Now, Day 1 NFL free agency is made possible thanks to our friends at Chubby's. In a world of boring meetings and endless to-do lists, Chubby's exists to make everything feel like vacation. Chubby's was founded in 2011 by a group of friends with a simple mission. Rid closets of uncomfortable clothes and put the fun back in functional fits. They set out to create shorts, trunks, polos that put personality back into the wardrobe with fits that look good and feel even better. And this year, Chubby's is celebrating 15 years by bringing back the shorts that started it all, the originals. Same iconic fit that thighs everywhere love. Same lightweight, stretchy, comfort-first design, and the same you-do-you vibe that lets you go short or even shorter. Chubby shorts aren't just dangerously comfortable. They're built with premium fabrics that are quick drying, wrinkle resistant, and antimicrobial. They're designed to keep you going from cannonballs to crushing cold ones, hitting the golf course in the same dang pair. So here's the deal. For a limited time, our free agency sponsor Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off by using the code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. So that's 20% off using our code ChatSports at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Give your thighs the VIP treatment they deserve with Chubby's. Support our show and tell them that we sent you. So, Chip, if we've got any Jonathan Grenard graphics, we could pop those up. I'll talk about the player in the meantime. So, Jaylen Phillips signs with Carolina for $30 million per year. The Minnesota Vikings are in salary cap hell right now because entering free agency, they were over $40 million in the red. So they're having to make a lot of difficult decisions with the cap and with some players. And last week, they made Jonathan Grenard available. And last year, going into the deadline, I thought that Jonathan Grenard was a really good fit for what the Eagles like to do. Here's the key thing with Grenard. He's in his late 20s. He's under contract for the next 2 years at $19 million per season. So Jaylen Phillips leaves for 30. Jonathan Grenard probably wants a rework deal. But you could give him a new deal, or you could say, tough luck, we traded for you. You have an opportunity to chase a Super Bowl. We're keeping you under that contract at $19 million per season. And that's $11 million less than Jaylen Phillips. Jonathan Grenard has scheme versatility. He's played in a 4-3. He's played in a 3-4. Thrived under D'Amico Ryans running the 4-3. Last couple of years, he's been under Brian Flores with that hybrid 3-4. The Eagles have been said to like Jonathan Grenard as a player. So I would look at a potential trade for Grenard, which would probably require third-round pick in order to get that deal done. Maybe you have to throw in something else on top of that. The Vikings are looking for a quarterback. Could you trade Tanner McKee for Jonathan Grenard? In 2025, had a down year because he was injured, but he was still excellent against the run. Eagles value that from the pass rusher spot. But look at what he did in 2024, 12 sacks. 2023, 12 and a half sacks. That is the player he's capable of. And I would put him right on par with a player like Jaylen Phillips. Overall grade last year, graded out extremely well, and in some areas better than Jaylen Phillips. Overall grade is 74.2, tied for 33rd. Pass rush grade 77.6, 19th. Run defense grade 77.8, 12th. Total pressures, still at 47, 31st. Missed tackle rate, 25%. So this would kind of be a flex move by Howie. 6'3", 259. He's a little bit more slender, I would say, than Jaylen Phillips. Jonathan Grenard is a trade option for the Eagles. As far as free agency options for the Eagles, Phillips was our number 2 edge rusher available going into free agency. Take him off the board. So you've got Trey Hendrickson. We'll see what his price tag is. A little bit too expensive for Dallas. They made the trade for Rashawn Gary this morning. You've got Odafe Owe, who I think the Eagles would really like as a player. Bradley Chubb is a much more affordable option. He's played under Fangio twice, with Denver, with Miami. Joey Bosa, I'm good on because he's been injured a lot, although the last couple of years he's actually been healthy. I think Boye Mafe would be a fit for the Eagles. You've got Kayvon Chason, who's still only 26 years old. Kwity Paye is kind of a grinder at that edge spot. Draymond Jones went to the New England Patriots today, got a bag. Arnold Ebiketie is a more affordable option where the Eagles could go that route to save some cash. Cam Jordan is a veteran presence who's missed, I think, 2 games in his career. You've got Von Miller, probably a no-go for the Eagles because of the domestic violence allegations. Al-Qadim Muhammad, I'm good on. Malcolm Kuhn's 27, just okay. And then you start to get to the bottom of the barrel here. Joseph Asai went to the Jets. Okay, Joseph Asai just signed with the Jets. So take him off the board as well. Obviously, a lot of this is fluid too. So some optionality for the Eagles. But for Phillips, go and get your bag, man. And for the Eagles, yeah, I would never pay Jaylen Phillips $30 million per season. So what say you? Who should replace Phillips? Trade, free agency, draft. Let me know down in the comment section. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And as always, I appreciate all of you.
All right. Wow. 30 M's a year. All right. Bunch of stuff has happened while we were filming that, so we can run through all the recent moves. Did get this $2 super chat from John Torres. If the Bucks keep Otten, which they did, who drafts Sadiq before us? This came in on the Eagles side of things. So Bucks were obviously an option, and they still could take him if he falls there. I would need to look at the draft order, honestly. Let's see. I could see. The Rams certainly taking him. I could see Carolina. Other than that, I mean, he's not going like top 5, probably not going top 10. Miami, I'd be surprised. Dallas, I'd be surprised. I mean, yeah, that's certainly a team that could take him, but I'd still be shocked if Sadiq's there at 23.
Yeah, I don't think Sadiq's going to be there at 23. Man.
And then a couple super chats in the Niners side of things as well. Francisco.
Once again, Niners are going to lose out in free agency and with Trent Williams. I'd say with Trent, yeah, there's a realistic scenario in which he could get traded. But it's also some hardball going on right now in these negotiations. Francisco again. Can the Niners just trade for a training staff? What's crazy is that they're not making any moves with the training staff. At least as of right now. Ridiculous. Mitchell Trubisky to the Titans.
Yeah, let's catch up on all these moves here. So we did mention the Michael Pittman trade to the Steelers.
Wow, Giants signed Isaiah Likely?
Yeah, a bunch of stuff just happened.
I really like that.
Pittman was traded to the Steelers. I'm pretty sure I saw that was a late round pick swap. We did mention the Malik Willis signing as well right before we started the video. He's going to Miami. Yeah, here's Likely. Like you just mentioned, Chase. 3 years, $40 million for Likely. Not bad at all, man.
No. Yeah, 3 years, 40.
I messaged him, by the way. I said it to him
Oh,
individually,
bet.
just so it didn't get lost.
13.3 for Isaiah Likely. That might be my favorite deal so far.
Three years, 40. Then we had Bears signing defensive tackle Neville Gallimore, $6 million per season.
Okay.
John Simpson, you mentioned this one as well. 3 years, 30 with the Ravens.
DeMario Davis to the Jets.
Yep.
2 years, 22.
We had Asai, which you mentioned during the cut.
Joseph Asai, 3 years, 36.
Wow.
$22.5 million in guaranteed cash.
All right. Small signing here. John Ridgeway signing with the Saints. Kingsley and Agbare signing with the Jets. So they had a couple edge rushers. Caleb Evans, corner, signing with the Panthers. James Pierre, who I did see actually during the cut, that the Niners were in on and interested in James Pierre at corner. He ends up signing with the Steelers, or with the Vikings from the Steelers. 2 years, $8.5 million. And yeah, DeMario Davis going to the Jets. Jets getting active here, man. Going back to the Jets. Was drafted by New York back in 2012. Austin Hooper back to the Falcons. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, I'm not going to lie. Jets loading up on defense. Yeah, they are.
So the news is coming in.
There's a lot of stuff going on right now, man. Whew.
Even Joseph Osai's getting that money. Holy cow. Fernando Tatis grand slam. Dominican Republic rolling over Israel 5-0 in the second inning World Baseball Classic. According to a report, the Bears are eyeing Seahawks safety Kobe Bryant.
Oh, I'd like that for them.
Yeah.
So the Jets here, all defense. Traded forward to Devondre Sweat, traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick, signed Joseph Asai, signed Kingsley Enagbare, and now just signed Demario Davis as well. So loading up defensively. We'll see if it pays off for him or not.
Crazy money, man.
David with a super chat on Eagles here. Do you think the Giants and the Eagles top the NFC East, or does Dallas actually do something? From David. The Giants. I got to see it from the Giants before I believe it, man. I got to see it from the Giants before I believe it. People were high on them coming into last year, and obviously that didn't go well. I'm still taking Dallas over the Giants until I see it from New York.
Yeah. Man, can the Eagles win 3 straight divisional titles? Really hard to do. Don't forget about Washington. Jane Daniels coming back healthy. They do have some talent on the roster, although I hate what they did last year because they were just too old. They tried to go all in after making it to the NFC Championship game, and it really came back to bite them. The Marcus Lattimore trade was really bad for them. But pecking order right now, I'd go Eagles, Dallas, Washington, Giants. But Isaiah Likely at $13.3 million per year, I do really like that. Reunites with John Harbaugh. He is a really good athlete at that tight end spot. Still young. He's been in the shadows of Mark Andrews. I think his best football's ahead of him, man.
Wow.
Had a $5 super chat from Alex, too. What'd you say, Joe? Sorry about that.
Teams have apparently offered Mike Evans north of $27 million per year.
If that's the price tag, the Niners will definitely be out. Niners will definitely be out. If Mike Evans is looking for more than 27. If the Eagles traded AJ, I don't think they should sign Mike Evans at more than 27. But when Pierce gets 29, I talked about this on the Chase Down last night. Like, you've got Pierce and Dobbs, who have not been number one wideouts, who could get number one wideout money. And I don't necessarily think that you need a number one wide receiver to win a Super Bowl. I think that you can win with twos. But when Pierce gets 29, Mike Evans, what does he say? Guys, I'm a future Hall of Famer. I went over 1,000 yards in 11 straight years to begin my career. Hello? Do you know who you're talking to? So Pierce getting 29, I think, yeah, could drive up the price tag for Mike Evans.
We have hit the 12 o'clock hour.
Yes.
Which means we got some deals for the people.
We've got some deals for the people. So it is 1:12 Eastern, 10:12 Pacific. Let's talk Eagles gear first. For the next hour, so for those of you on the East Coast, until 2 p.m. Eastern, so for the next 47 minutes, 25% off for the next hour if you want an Eagles Now shirt. They were only $24.99 before this. Take off 25%. Chatsports.com/Eagles Now. Get your shirts now. We're live all across the Chat Sports universe. Cowboys Report had the first 2 sales. Can we please get some Eagles sales in there so I stop seeing these Cowboys notifications pop up? If you love the show, you want to rep the program, rep the birds, look good, and support the channel, chatsports.com/Eagles Now. Plus, you can save some money. 25% off of show merch for the next hour. On the 49ers side, 25% off of our 49ers Report shirts for the next hour. Chatsports.com/49ers. T is that link. Chatsports.com/49ers. T. Both of those links are in the respective comment sections. So get your merch, 25% off. Take 25% off of $24.99. That's how we're rocking. And anybody who makes a purchase, I do get some real-time updates. I won't mention your last name, but anybody who makes a purchase, I will give you a shout-out here on the show if I see those come in. Because I'm looking at some updates right here. Another Cowboys Report shirt just got purchased. Cowboys has sold multiple. I'm looking at the chat, looking at my dashboard. Whoever makes an Eagles or a Niners purchase, I'll give you a shout out here on the show. Carol Hosey bought one last week. Alex Godinez, hopefully I pronounced that right. Love Trent Williams, but time to move on and get value. He's always getting injured and he's not getting any younger. Gives us more cap space. What do you think? Yeah, I said last week, some people called me crazy. Don't be surprised if the Niners trade Trent Williams or like they gauge the value for what Trent Williams could return. He's going to be 38. You can't have a 38-year-old offensive tackle have a cap hit of almost $39 million next year. Doesn't make any sense. Haven't won a Super Bowl with Trent. Do you want to rebuild the offensive line if you trade him away, get some draft picks back, and start to get a lot younger on offense? Oldest offense in the NFL last year. Trent Williams weighed that a little bit, but it wasn't just all him. Alex, thank you for that $5 super chat. Good stuff.
A couple more signings just came in. Kenny Gainwell to Tampa Bay. 2 years, $14 million for the former Eagle.
Okay. He's got some wiggle. Bucky Irving was hurt last year. Really good pass catcher out of the backfield. I thought he was excellent for Pittsburgh this past season. Good for him. The former Eagle gets his 3rd contract.
How about this? The Giants make Jordan Stout, who they brought from the Ravens, John Harbaugh bringing him over, the highest paid punter in the NFL. 3 years, $12.3 million. Highest paid punter in the NFL.
He kicked and punted at Penn State. Buccaneers signing Alex Anzalone, 2 years, $17. So they improved their defense there at the second level. Another big punter deal, former Vikings punter Ryan Wright signing a 4-year, $14 million deal that includes $8 million guaranteed with the Saints. The Patriots signed fullback Reggie Gilliam to a 3-year deal worth up to $12, $6 million fully guaranteed there. So Bucky Irving, Kenny Gainwell, the 1-2 punch now in Tampa.
Another super chat coming in.
Here we go.
Niners. Let that get in the system.
Let's put up a super chat battle after this too, Chip.
I will indeed.
Because our Eagles audience, they are down big time. Fred said, you guys still owe 2 beer bongs for that $500. Chip did the one. I'll do the other one. I thought I did one earlier. But when these signings are flying in, it's hard to keep track. Fred, sometimes you get a little bit intense down in the comments section, but thank you for that reminder.
I did the beer bet. It happened right as the Phillips signing happened.
Yes. Jeannie Wyatt, if I'm giving you another one, you deserve it. If this is the first one, thank you. Conan, for some reason, I feel like the Niners are just going to sit and take mid at best players this free agency offseason. I think it's another build through the draft type of offseason for the Niners. That's just where they are. I mean, they ate more than $100 million in dead money last year. And they're eating more dead money this year. And they're trying to get younger with an influx of youth talent. But look, this can change very quickly. Like, what if the Niners sign Romeo Doubs? That's something that could change a lot of people's opinions about what they're doing. Chow, am I confident in John Lynch? I think he's a great guy. I think he's a great spokesperson, Hall of Fame player. I don't think he's a great GM. I think he's a good GM. And the problem is that he's the third best GM in the division. Matt, Dobbs is decent at best. Dobbs is a really good player. I was watching some of his tape last night. Route running, Kyle Shanahan could have a field day with Romeo Dobbs. Some people like to say he's injury prone. He's banged his head twice on the turf. That's why he wears that Guardian cap. That's not injury prone to me. How about this, though? Eagles fans, where are you at? $33 in super chats on Eagles now.
35 now.
35 now.
Uh-oh.
After the deuce. 686 on the 49ers report. Now, we're also live on the Chase Down, but I just launched that channel on Friday, so you can't send super chats in there yet. But I see Joe Carmack heavy in the comment section. O'Dai is there as well.
Not even a battle.
It is not even a battle right now. Eagles fans, where are you at? Got to get the super chats going, man.
Bears are signing Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant to Chicago. Like that move for the Bears. That's a sound signing for Chicago. So that probably means that Jaquan Brisker will be going elsewhere. Shout out to everybody on the Chase Down, man. 64 people watching. Good stuff. Good stuff. DePrince, Trey Hendrickson, or Bradley Chubb to the Eagles. I don't know if you were with us when we reacted to Jaylen Phillips getting that crazy bag from Carolina, but those are two players that I mentioned. Monitor the market for a Trey Hendrickson. See what that is. And obviously, he's in that tier 1. If Jaylen Phillips is getting 30, what can Hendrickson get? But if you go Chubb, much more affordable option, who has played under Fangio twice now. Denver and Miami. Todd Bowles is going to have some fun with Alex Anzalone.
Obviously, we mentioned earlier that it's 25% off now for the next about 35 minutes on our show merch. Added to that as well, which we did not show earlier, for all the 49ers Report viewers out there, is the 49ers Report hat is also 25% off as well.
There you go.
So you can also take advantage of that at chatsports.com/49ers hat.
25% off show merch. That includes a shirt. That includes the hat. We'll get some Eagles Now hats up on the site as well. We're working toward it. All right. Has anybody made a Niners or Eagles gear purchase yet? Let's see. A lot of Raiders Report ones coming in. My gosh.
25% off, baby. Only for
Trying to
another
give some
35
shout outs
minutes.
to the people. 49ers Report shirt for Alan. Alan Trusty. I can mention his last name. He's been a long time supporter of the show. Nobody yet on Eagles Now, though, I don't think, has gotten an Eagles Now shirt yet. A lot of Raiders Report hats are going in. All right, we've had more than 6,000 people join us on Eagles Now. Almost 7,000 people join us on the 49ers Report. Day 1, NFL free agency. We're live. We're rolling. And as these deals have been trickling in, we've been reacting to them here on the show.
It is just the number. Where'd it go? A 3 years, $40 million deal for Kobe Bryant with the Bears. 3 for 40. Couple more super chats coming in. On Eagles, Bryce Blackwell with a couple here.
Bryce Blackwell, $2 super chat. Players are getting the money bag today. Sheesh. You know, that's the thing about free agency, right? Is that there are a lot of overpays that happen. And I think that's one of the things that has separated Howie. Howie has been active in free agency pretty often, right? But outside of like Bryce Huff, a lot of the contracts that he signed players to have been really good deals. Bryce, another one. Sucks to lose Jaylen Phillips. Fly, Eagles, fly. We'll be all right. Yeah, just need to address edge. And that's a position that they take really seriously. So I expect them to do that.
Got a 20 on the Niners report. Francisco
Avila, $20. Should the Niners at this point just blow up the team, build around Purdy, stop wasting George, Fred, and Christian's career? Well, here's the problem. Gave George Kittle a contract extension last offseason. Torn Achilles. Gave Fred Warner a contract extension last offseason. Obviously, he broke that ankle, but he'll be back. Christian McCaffrey, going to be 30 years old this year, coming off a year in which he had more than 400 touches. A little bit of a concern. Wouldn't surprise me if this is his final year with the Niners. But look, that's why they didn't spend a lot in free agency last year. And if they don't this year, it's because they're trying to build through the draft here.
So that $20 super chat gets you in the raffle to win some show gear. Every 20 that comes in, you get a raffle ticket to win some Eagles Now or 49ers support gear.
Mark Munoz, $5 super chat, coming in on Niners. Are there any other channels that are live on Eagles or Niners for content creators? Let's see. All right, PHLY is live. Larry Krueger, Damon Bruce live. Good stuff. Wondering what that Kobe Bryant deal is going to be. The Sports Corner, $2 super chat. Coming in on Eagles.
Get back to your supers here.
Can you now see if the Eagles re-sign Dean? Well, if they had $20 million budgeted to Jaylen Phillips, that could open up some money for Nakobe Dean, Dallas Goedert, Reed Blankenship. But I think Dean could get a deal where he could get some decent coin, probably to the level where Philadelphia wouldn't be able to retain him.
Carol Hosey in the building.
Carol Hosey, $5. I got you some Eagles cash. Love you, Chase and Chip. Go Birds. Carol, you're the best. Thank you for that.
On Niners, here's Mark's $5 super chat. And then we got another 2 coming in on Eagles. We'll get to that here in a second. First, Mark. Tyler Linderbaum and Trent in the same line. Move Jake Brendel to left guard. This gave Purdy a good line for 2 to 3 years. I mean, look, Linderbaum will be a phenomenal addition. But I don't know if I love moving Brendel over to guard. What other options do you really, if you do sign Linderbaum, like, that's really your only then position of need is there at the left guard? I guess if that's your only super weak point, it's not a big deal, but
Brendel can't play guard.
I wouldn't want him.
Yeah, Brendel's not a guard. He's an average at best center, so he can't play guard. Actually, if you sign Tyler Linderbaum, first of all, I don't know if the Niners are going to do that because I think he gets $20+ million per season. You would cut Jake Brendel going into the final year of his deal, and you'd save a few $1 million there. I talked about that on the Cuts Candidates video. Michael Grisby, $2 super chat. Did Barkley experience the Madden curse in 2025? No, I don't think so. I think it was more so bad play calling, bad play designs, incompetent offensive coordinator, and the offensive line was horrendous. And that was the biggest thing, was how bad the offensive line was. He's pushing, right?
Yeah.
Lyle, you still rocking with that man cave, dude? I remember we showed that on the show a few years ago, and it was sick. He sends in a $5 super chat.
Get that, Lyle.
Now, Grisby, Barkley didn't experience the Madden curse. I thought McCaffrey did, though. The bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and then the knee injury right after that, and just didn't look right. Didn't look right.
Lyle.
Here's Lyle. Let's be real. If the Niners don't fill the needs in free agency and in the draft, they are the third best team in the NFC West at best. I don't think that's unfair to say. I don't think that's unfair at all to say. Seahawks just won a Super Bowl. The Rams are going all in. Traded for Trent McDuffie, paid him. Signed Jalen Watson. Their biggest need as a team, the Rams, the secondary. They had been awful. And then they re-signed Cam Curl, right?
Yep.
So their secondary has been really atrocious the last couple of years. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, bringing back Cam Curl. Boom, there you go. Love it. Love it for them.
Fluffy Phil, come in with a 5. Whatever wideout the Niners sign or draft is likely non-functional and won't impact in year 1 because of Kyle's system. Debo best choice by default. I don't think you can just say that so boldly.
Why would you say it's non-functional? Brandon Ayuk led the Niners in receiving when he was a rookie. Debo Samuel was a starter in 2019 on a team that went to the Super Bowl. You can look at Dante Pettis and say he was in the doghouse. That's fair. Jordan Watkins, that's fair. Jawan Jennings didn't even make the 53 as a rookie. Okay. But to say by default that's the case, no, I disagree. As far as Debo Samuel, don't bring him back. Don't bring him back. Debo Samuel is an older player who's slowing down. What do the Niners need to do on offense? Get younger and get faster.
Another 5 from Lyle.
Oh, yeah, we had read that one.
We had read that one already?
Yeah.
My bad. We had another
But
one
we do see official Freakout Radio, $5. How about one decent move on day one of free agency tampering? I think it's time for a regime change. Love you, Chase. Keep doing your thing, brother. Hey, man, appreciate that. Hope you're subscribed to my new NFL and football channel, The Chase Down. Been picking up crazy subscribers over there. And I'm waiting for some big news to drop because it gets the juices flowing. Here's the thing, though, about free agency. You got to balance being aggressive, fulfilling needs, and not overpaying. Jaylen Phillips at $30 million per year, overpay, in my opinion. But thank you, Freakout Radio. Jeremiah Garcia, $20. That gets us going on Eagles now. Do you think the Eagles sign anybody today or wait out the first day to see how the market is looking? I could see it going both ways, right? I mean, Howie probably wants to see how the market plays out to see what some of these price tags are. But I could also see him pouncing. And if Jaylen Phillips wanted to take 20 plus million, I imagine the Eagles wanted to sign him at that price, but not at 30 million. Too pricey. Kevin Grain, another $5 super chat on Eagles. We're at $68 on Eagles now. Can we get to 100? If we get to 100 in the next 2 minutes, until we get to 20 minutes on the merch deal clock, I'll do a shambong and a beer bong if somebody gets us over 100 on Eagles now. Kevin, any more on the Carter trade rumors? Any chance of Jalen Carter for Myles Garrett, Howie Magic? Wouldn't that be something? If I'm Todd Monken, I'm older. I just got a head coaching job for the first time in my career. It's taken me a while to do that. Todd Monken said at the Combine he's been working toward being a head coach for a long time. If I'm him, I want to win very quickly because I know this might be my only opportunity to be a head coach at the NFL level. And I know that he's not the GM, but I would really voice my support of keeping Myles Garrett, who is one of the best players of all time, just set the sack record, which is in place since Michael Strahan in the early 2000s. The Browns also drafted Mason Graham last year. I think they want to see what Mason Graham can do at defensive tackle. He was okay as a rookie. Sometimes it takes defensive tackles a little while But Carter for Garrett, I don't think so. As far as any more on the Carter trade rumors, not really. I mean, we don't know if the Eagles have been shopping Carter or if teams are calling interested in Carter. One thing I think is a little bit of a red flag, I talked about it this morning on the show. Under Howie and under Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles have paid a lot of their homegrown players who they have drafted and developed. And oftentimes they have paid these players very early. If, big word, if the Eagles are shopping Jalen Carter, that's a red flag. That means that they don't trust him in signing him to a long-term deal, in giving him big money, because he's going to demand more than $30 million per season. Javier Hernandez. We haven't been the best at drafting or signing free agents. What's a name you're hearing that will make Niners fans happy? Watching from Tequila, Mexico on vacation. That is so cool. Hope you're enjoying the vacay. And hopefully you're looking at the ocean right now, or you've got a pretty view and you're watching the show. How cool would that be? A name that I'm hearing that will make Niner fans happy. I think Romeo Doubs would be a great signing for the Niners. Some people disagree. I actually think he'd be a great signing. From a route running, getting open, scheme utilization point of view, I think Kyle Shanahan could have a lot of fun with him. What's the worst deal you have ever seen in free agency? King Duke. I mean, I always go back to the Christian Kirk deal as one that really shocked me. But it's not like he was bad. I mean, he was good, not great, got paid great money, helped to reset the wide receiver market, so a lot of other wideouts should thank him. How about the Bryce Huff signing by the Eagles? They gave him more than $30 million in guaranteed money. He was a healthy scratch in the Super Bowl, lasted 1 year, and then the Eagles traded him away. So that was a pretty bad one recently. A rare Howie miss. Also, in case you missed it earlier, the Falcons are making a strong push to sign former Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. A deal could come together soon. No deal can be finalized until Tua is officially released Wednesday. Miami signing Malik Willis to be their new quarterback. Jeremiah Garcia, $20 super chat. So if Phillips went at 30, do you think Hendrickson is going to be that steep of a price? I think he could be. He's been a better, more accomplished player than Phillips. He's been less injured than Phillips. He's older, but Phillips medically retired from football in college. ACL, Achilles in the NFL. Carolina had some coin to spend. They definitely needed a pass rusher. And I don't blame Phillips. But yeah, Hendrickson should be linking up with his agent right now saying, yeah, we should be able to be in a good spot financially here. James, $5. These Niner fans need to chill. We signed our own guys last year. Bosa, Warner, technically acquisitions this year. Kyle makes us a competitor. Chill. Kyle gives you a chance to win any game, any given week. No doubt about that. And yes, the Niners made one big signing in free agency. That was Luke Farrell. But they also gave Purdy an extension, Kittle an extension, Warner an extension. So as far as cash spent, they spent a bunch of money.
All caught up there on Supers. We're up to 89 now on Eagles.
Let's go.
Very close to that $100 mark.
11 away. Let's also see here. Did we get any more sales in on the merch? 25% off the merch for 17 more minutes.
Putting those links in the chat again. 17 more minutes. And then the link for the Niners hat as well.
Okay. Carrie got a couple of Eagles shirts. Shout out to Carrie M. Getting 2 Eagles Now shirts. That's epic. Really appreciate that.
This is what they look like, the shirts.
Yep. 25% off for the next hour. Chatsports.com/Eagles Now. And obviously, the next hour has been the deal that we've been pushing for this hour. 16 minutes left to get 25% off on a $24.99 shirt. And then on the 49ers Report, we've got 49ers Report shirts available and a 49ers Report hat available. Chatsports.com/49ers Chatsports.com/49ers hat. Tyler Linderbaum, Las Vegas Raiders.
Wow.
What is this money going to be? Tyler Linderbaum, Las Vegas Raiders. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, 3 for 81.
3 for 81.
27. He got 27.
$27 million per year for a center. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
3 years, $81 million for Tyler Linderbaum. Eric DeCosta had said at the Combine, we have offered him a market-setting deal. They weren't paying him that. Wow.
So he becomes not only the highest paid center, the highest paid interior offensive lineman in history.
Arizona Cardinals, Tyler Algier, 2 years, 12 and a quarter. That's a good deal.
That's a steal.
That's a steal. Oh, how about this? Eagles made another move. Michael Carter signed a renegotiated contract with the Eagles. The new deal lowers his cap hit, which was projected to be $10.1 million before the negotiation.
Yeah, they couldn't keep him at that price.
No chance.
$27 a year.
Live for day one of NFL free agency, and we have seen some crazy deals thus far, and that's what happens during the free agency periods where these players get crazy bags. Jaylen Phillips getting $30 million per year, Alec Pierce getting 29 average annual value. How about this move here? The Las Vegas Raiders making a splash. They trade away Maxx Crosby. They're going to have the number 1 pick to take Fernando Mendoza. They hired an offensive-minded head coach and play caller in Clint Kubiak, and now they have their anchor at the center position. When we were at the NFL Combine, Ravens GM Eric DeCosta had said, we have offered Tyler Linderbaum a market-setting deal. It wasn't this expensive. Tyler Linderbaum becomes not only the highest-paid center in NFL history, he becomes the highest-paid interior offensive lineman in football right now. 3-year, $81 million contract, $60 million guaranteed, and for Linderbaum, that's $27 million per season. Crazy.
Nuts. That is a bag. I mean, that far and away
Yes.
puts him. I mean, it's not even close. Look at this. The previous highest paid center was Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey at 18. Creed Humphrey at 18.
He gets 27. which, yeah, even puts him ahead of guys like Tyler Smith, Trey Smith, Landon Dickerson at guard. I mean, 27. He would be the second highest paid right tackle in the league. Only $1 million behind Penei Sewell.
Wow.
More than Lane Johnson.
Wow.
Almost the same as Trent Williams. Trent Williams is going to be like, man, I need way more than that.
That's a great point, Chip. I mean, he's getting tackle money.
Nuts. Some more supers flying in.
Wait, so where was that among right tackles?
Among right tackles, because he got 27, right?
Yep.
He would be second. Unless there's been some other people that signed today, but I don't think I've seen any tackles signed for big money today. So.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, he's making more than Lane on an average annual value basis. Niners were never doing that.
No chance.
That's insane.
That is a crazy contract. Fun to react to this stuff, dude.
Man.
$27 million per year for a center.
Matthew Short coming in with a 5. Chase, do you believe the substation is having an effect on the Niners' free agency?
I mean, if I was a free agent, I think the California taxes would worry me a little bit. And then if I'm into like holistic, homeopathic health, I'd be a little bit concerned about it. What's unfortunate, Niners aren't moving it, and they're not training or changing their training staff. It's a joke.
Mark with another 5. Trent Williams contract guaranteed, or I can see a regime change in 3 years' time. Interesting. I mean, we'll see what happens with Trent. I'd still be surprised if they don't agree on a deal, but I mean, they can't afford to lose him, man. On the Eagles side of things, by the way, our poll question was, will the Eagles re-sign Jaelan Phillips? Nearly 60% of people thought they would. That obviously did not happen. How about this one? All right, new poll question up for Eagles. Who would you rather have back if you had to pick one that you could keep? Reed Blankenship or Nakobe Dean? If you had to pick one. Dennis's odds.
Dennis!
Sending in a 20-piece. That gets you in the raffle, Dennis, to win some merch. Super Chats at 20 or more gets you a raffle ticket to win some channel merch. There you go, Dennis. Good to see you.
Good luck with your new channel. You know I want Jalen Carter and AJ, so my prayers are set. I want them too, man. I want the Eagles to have as many good players as possible. Wow. Tyler Linderbaum. Kevin Grain, $5. Do the Eagles make a splash in free agency at tight end? Or do they aggressively try to draft Kenyon Sadiq, maybe double dip with another tight end day 3? They're the betting favorites to sign David Njoku. I'd almost rather have Dallas Goedert back than Njoku. Right around the same age. Both have had injury problems. Both will be in the same realm financially. If Isaiah Likely got 13, Goddard probably worth around 10. So I'd rather just go Goddard over Njoku. Or if they let Goddard go, this is a pretty good tight end draft class. You know, if Sadiq is available at 23, he becomes a really fascinating player. The scheme usage could be incredible there. Eli Stowers is a tight end who you can probably get in the second round out of Vandy, who tested really well. I like his pass catching ability. Sam Roush out of Stanford, really good player, who's a good blocker. Oscar Delp out of Georgia. Max Clare out of Ohio State. These are all players who the Eagles also showed interest in at the NFL Combine.
How about a $40 super chat coming in?
$40 super chat. Go Bird Gang. What do you think the Birds are going to do with Dallas Goedert? I'm sorry if I just kind of answered that indirectly, but I think they're going to let Dallas Goedert test the market, see what he can get, which they should, right? I mean, Goddard, this is probably the last opportunity he's going to have at landing a big contract because of his age, injury concerns, and he's on the back nine of his career. So if I was Howie, hey, Dallas, we've loved you as an Eagle. You've been an incredible Eagle. You've come through in so many big moments. You've played in 2 Super Bowls with us. We care about the tight end position. We ushered in a new era at tight end after Zach Ertz because of you, and we believed in you. We've given you big contracts. Go test the market. See what you get. Come back to us. Had a career year this past year. Blocking took a dip. I'm not sure if that's because he was trying to stay healthy or not. Avoid some contact. Who knows? But that's kind of how I would approach the tight end spot. But, you know, the Eagles are investing and are going to invest so much money on the defensive side of the football with some of these contract extensions. They need to now draft and develop on offense because it's been opposite of that the last few years. And so get cheaper, younger, athletic, healthier, more affordable at tight end in the draft. I think that's a pretty sound plan. Eagles saving $6.8 million in cap space with the Michael Carter deal. That's obviously notable.
Last chance here, by the way, to get 25% off of the merch. The deal ends in 3 minutes, so if you want to take advantage and get 25% off on an Eagles Now shirt for all the Eagles fans out there, link is in the chat right now, chatsports.com/Eagles Now. 3 minutes left to get 25% off that. And then, of course, on the Niners side of things as well, chatsports.com/49ers I'm throwing the link in there one last time as well. 3 minutes left to get 25% off. You can also get a hat for the 49ers report at chatsports.com/49ers hat.
Good stuff.
Last chance to get 25% off. John Galt in the building. I'm late. Flag goes fly. You're never late, baby.
John Galt, good to hear from you, man.
Never late.
Saints are signing Travis Etienne.
Oh.
They will not be drafting Jeremiah Love.
Had to split up my guys, man. Split up my guys. No more Trevor and Travis. I wonder what the deal is going to be there.
Alvin Kamara watch is officially on too. We'll see if the Saints let him go. They kind of reworked his contract to open up some possibilities there. John Galt, I want Chuck Bednarik back. What a legend. What a legend.
Did you see this Josina update on A.J. Brown?
No.
So it is Josina. But she said, a league source conveyed to me Monday the belief is that the Eagles may be okay with a 2027 first and a 2026 second-round pick for A.J. Brown.
Okay.
So far, the Patriots have had a hard time giving up a first. Well, if you don't do that, New England, you're not going to get them. So. Where does Jeremiah Love go? Probably not Chiefs anymore. Probably not Saints anymore. Does he fall to like? Oh, but I mean, Dallas they like Javonte Williams. I don't know if that'd stop you necessarily from taking Love. But.
Yeah. I don't know. You don't sign ETN and then draft Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I think Saints and Chiefs are probably off the table. There was some chatter of the Titans taking him at 4. I hate that idea for them. I really don't like that at all. Washington could be a sneaky option, but they have so many other needs. I mean, he could fall to the Cowboys at 12. Would they pull the trigger there? Does a team look to trade up for him? I mean.
Wan'Dale Robinson to the Titans, as we predicted.
There we go.
Ricky was right again.
Ricky was right. Yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson to the Titans was like the worst kept secret. ETN did have heavy interest from the Broncos. I think you mentioned that earlier, Chase, of him possibly going to Denver, but
Yeah, I mean,
goes to New Orleans.
I guess Denver's just going running back in the draft, I would imagine. Ashlyn Sullivan, NBC Sports Philly. With this report, linebacker Nakobe Dean and his team met with the Eagles at the Combine where they discussed the moving parts on defense like Jahad Campbell's role. The understanding is that Nakobe Dean will have multiple opportunities elsewhere for a big contract. I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I've said.
It's 4 for 70 for Wan'Dale Robinson. So not quite 20 a year for him. 17.5 for Wan'Dale.
Quick-footed slot who's small. Romeo Doubs, I think, has to get 25 then. Something close to that at least.
Kyrus Tonga signing with the Chiefs. 3 years, 21 mil. Defensive lineman there.
All right. Did anybody get in before the buzzer for the merch? Been selling a lot company-wide. Thanks to everybody who did make some of those purchases.
Oh, Rappaport's actually reporting that it's 4 for 78 for Wandale, not 4 for 70.
Okay, so that would change that. Yep.
Closer to 20. Jahan Dotson going to the Falcons. 2 years, $15 million.
2 years, $15 million for Jahan Dotson. I was seeing some tweets calling his market like 1 to 3 million. No way. But that's decent money for Jahan Dotson.
Up to 17, $10 million in guaranteed money for Dotson. So Dotson's moving on.
Darius Cooper now wide receiver 3 for the Eagles. Look at Rappaport on air right now, just texting and tweeting away. They panned away from him.
It's a 4-year, $52 million deal for ETN, so he gets 13. Not bad.
Okay, so Walker gets a little more than 14. ETN gets 13 plus. I talked about this on episode 2 of the Chase Down last night. The running back position is kind of back. Remember, it wasn't long ago when teams started to throw it more, air it out more, run it less, which then led to the running back market kind of tanking, and not many teams prioritize paying running backs. But then you look at what Christian McCaffrey did in 2023, Offensive Player of the Year. Saquon Barkley, 2024, Offensive Player of the Year. They are both in the MVP race. Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne, now getting paid. Teams are valuing running it more. And now that teams are playing too high, they're taking away a lot of the explosive passing plays. They brought in a lot of speed players who can range sideline to sideline. Teams are like, all right, we'll just play bully ball and start to run it now. I like it. I like it. Adapt, adjust, evolve, and counter. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Eagles Now, 49ers Report, the Chase Down, up-to-date daily coverage every single day year-round. Always bringing the heat, keeping you in the know. The pillars of what we do, be informative, insightful, entertaining, thought-provoking. I always want everybody to get involved. So I appreciate everybody for being here.
Jacoby to the Broncos?
Is that official?
I have not seen that.
Is that just a prediction from people?
I'm not seeing that.
Chiefs have signed Kairos Tonga, the defensive tackle, to a 3-year, $21 million deal. $14 million guaranteed. Leaves the Patriots, signs with the Chiefs. Let me say this too. I'm here on March 9th, day 1 of NFL free agency. And the NFC in 2026 is going to be very deep, very competitive. The AFC, it's a little bit more clear-cut. One team in the NFC, especially after this Travis Etienne signing, that I think is a sleeper team to maybe win the division and make it into the playoffs in 2026, the New Orleans Saints. They started to play really well down the stretch. Tyler Shuck played very well when he was given the leash as the starting quarterback for New Orleans. I like Kellen Moore as a head coach. Say what you want about him. Brandon Staley did a solid job as their defensive coordinator. I like some of the pieces that they have in place, and I think that they can use that momentum from 2025. Parlay that into 2026, and look out for New Orleans, especially in a division that is wide open, to maybe be a sneaky playoff team this upcoming season. So Jahan Dotson to Atlanta, Eagles wide receiver 3 job up for grabs. 2 years, 15. Former first-round pick. Atlanta clearly valuing him, though, to go alongside Drake London. They signed Olamide Zaccheaus today. So Drake London, Olamide Zaccheaus, Jahan Dotson, Kyle Pitts. And they could add Tua Tagovailoa. All right, I'm going to fill up my water here. Let me make a deal with the people. If we get a $50 super chat by the time that I come back, I'll give you another Shambong. I did say if we got over 100 on Eagles, I'd do a Shambong. So I'm going to do one before I fill up my water and use the bathroom real quick. But cheers, everybody. Thanks for being here. Day 1 of free agency. Live on Eagles Now. Live on the 49ers Report. Live on the Chase Down. Going to keep it rolling. Cheers.
Alrighty. Saints also now signing former Bills guard David Edwards. So Saints making some splashes on the offensive side of the ball. Diana Rossini, a player many teams are circling around at this moment in time, is Broncos defensive lineman John Franklin Myers. Multiple suitors are inquiring about the 7-year veteran, expected to have a big payday. I would expect the Niners to certainly, be interested in that. Frosted Clarinet, what's going on? Are you buzzed yet? Iron Arrow. How's it been running the 76ers now? Been tuning a little bit. You're doing a great job. I appreciate it, man. Sixers are in a tough spot right now. A lot of injuries. They have not been playing well as of late, but really enjoy covering them, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the shout-out, Iron Arrow. It's been a good time. John Franklin Myers, though, definitely a name to monitor for San Francisco here. David Edwards, big signing there for the Saints. Lamont Lancaster in the chat. What's going on? What's going on? See a lot of Niners fans upset. Look, still plenty of players available out there on the market. Free agency doesn't happen in one day. Free agency happens all throughout the week, all throughout the offseason. So, even though there's probably some guys that have been signed you would have wanted, there's still plenty of options available out there. That goes, for Eagles fans too, because Philadelphia hasn't really done anything. Here's our Super Chat menu for the day. Of course, all Super Chats get a shout out. We're doing a raffle today where we will put your name on a wheel. We will spin the wheel at the end of our show. So you have to be here at the end of our live to claim your prize if you do win. But we will spin the wheel. Winner gets some show gear of their choosing, either a shirt or we have Niners hats as well for Niners fans. So $20 Super Chat. Every $20 you send in gets you one raffle ticket. And we'll spin that wheel at the end of the show. $50. We have a wheel with some different options on there. Taking a drink. Chase having to do certain different things as well on there as well. So you send in a 50, we'll spin that wheel. $100, beer chug. Someone sends in a $100 super chat. Next 100 that comes in honor of the World Baseball Classic happening right now. I got a beer bet. I've already done one beer bet. Next 100 that comes in, I'll do another beer bet. Boom. That is the the deal right there. $50 super chat coming in from Go Bird Gang. Another one, another big one from Go Bird Gang, who sent in a 40 earlier, I believe. Here's some of that info on the David Edwards signing. We'll get to that here. And anytime you send in 50 or more as well, you get to make it rain here on the show, baby. Making it rain, Go Bird Gang with the $50 super chat. And it's 4 for 61 there for David Edwards. Not bad, man. That's a pretty good deal for a good guard. Raiders have agreed to terms with Jalen Naylor on a 3-year, $35 million deal. A little over $10 million a year. I guess that's wide receiver 3 money. If Dotson got 7.5, I guess that makes sense for him. But Go Bird Gang sending in the 50, just saying, Go Birds! So you'll get a couple more raffle tickets as well. Yeah, Jalen Naylor news. Yeah, Jalen Naylor. Not to be confused with Jalen Reagor. But Jalen Naylor signing with the Raiders. So Raiders now making a couple of moves on offense. Went out and got Tyler Linderbaum. Now they get Jalen Naylor. Former Viking. 3 years, 35. Go Bird Gang. Appreciate that 50. And when Chase gets back, I'll be sure to get him on those strings. I'll be sure to get him on those drinks when he gets back. You know what? I said that if someone sent in a $100 super chat, I would do a beer bet, but Go Bird Gang sent in that 50. If somebody matches him and also sends in a 50, we'll spin the wheel for you. I'll give you raffle tickets, and I'll do this beer ball. And Go Bird Gang, I already gave you your raffle tickets, and we'll spin the wheel for you as well here in a moment. Raiders might be better than Niners. Raiders stink, man. I know they're going to get Mendoza, and they're making some fun signings. They have a lot of work to do. What about Mike Evans? Some Eagles fans asking about Mike Evans. There's talk that he's getting offers over $27 million per year. Eagles just can't do that. The Eagles just can't do that. I don't really think the Niners would either. Dennis Designs! $50 super chat! Let's go, Dennis! Making it rain. As a veteran defensive tackle, David Onyemata signing a 1-year, $10.5 million deal with the Jets. The Jets are getting active, man. Former Atlanta Falcon, former New Orleans Saint. Jets getting active here, man. Real quick before we show Dennis's, I want to pop up this one we got on the 49ers report because this came in a little bit ago. Dalton, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, brother. I appreciate it. We appreciate it here on the show. Yeah, for us, the people send in super chats. That's a great way to support the show. And, we do stuff in return. Giving away raffle items, giving away jerseys, taking down some drinks. Just another way to support the show for us at Clarinet. But certainly not a requirement at all to watch the show. You just being here, you hanging out, just commenting, just watching. That's more than enough, man. But, for the people who just want to support the show and show some love, possibly win some gear, just an extra way to do that. Excuse me. Dennis coming in with the 50, making it rain. Go for it, Chip. So I got, yeah, of course. Got you, Frosted. I got the beer bat coming up. You can't even see me through all the money. Excuse me. Dennis, thank you, brother. Thank you. John Lynch waving the white flag. Still plenty of time, man. Still plenty of time in free agency. Again, it's not a one-day thing. There's still plenty of good players out there. The Niners could still sign Romeo Dobbs and John Franklin Myers. Those would be two tremendous signings. Any details from Mack Hollins? I have not seen anything on Mack Hollins today, Kane. I have not seen anything on Mack Hollins today. Here's the Onyemata details. Just hired Chase as GM. Might as well. You also can't say it's a lost offseason before seeing what happens in the draft. What if they crush the draft? Never know. Never know. Bet the Eagles sign Reed Blankenship back. Go Bird Gang also with another 50. Back to back 50s. 2 from Bird Gang, 1 from Dennis. A couple super chats as well coming in on the 49ers report. My goodness. We're up to $303 in super chats on Eagles, $760 on Niners. And real quick, I just want to say, the poll questions right now are both very close. So on Eagles Now, our poll question in the chat, you can go vote right now. Who would you rather have back, Reed Blankenship or Nakobe Dean? 51% Nakobe Dean, 49% Reed Blankenship. Very close. And then on Niners, also very close. This one has over 1,000 votes. Will the Niners trade Trent Williams? 51% yes, 49% no. Very, very close. All right. I got a beer bong to do. A beer bat, I should say. So let me get that going here. Let me pop up this other 50. Another one coming from Bird Gang. So we also got 3 wheel spins that we have to do as well. Batter up, baby. Batter up. Looking like Kyle Schwarber going lefty here. Looking like Kyle Schwarber hitting that home run the other day. Absolutely legendary. Thank you, Go Bird Gang. Let me make sure I give you those tickets and Dennis before I forget. Getting the raffle tickets to win some channel merch. Boom. And again, I will not forget to spin the wheel when Chase gets back. Some super chats coming in on the 49ers report. I'll read those in a second. Time for me to do this beer bat, though, first. Which spilled a little bit last time I did it. We'll see if this one's a little bit better. Just make sure there's no signings that just happened. Seems like things are slowing down a touch here. Let's do it. Rocking the Happy Dad Hard Seltzer. The fruit punch flavor. Some people see the clear in the thing. I had to show because some people think it's water. It's not water. It's a Happy Dad. All right. Hard seltzer. Fill up the bat in honor of the World Baseball Classic. Look at the best teams in the league. Are they waiting for the draft? No. I mean, look, if the Niners do nothing, just nasty, that's absolutely disappointment. All I'm saying is there's still plenty of players out there and still plenty of moves that can be made. If you get to the end and, we get through the whole week and they do nothing, then you absolutely have the right to be extremely frustrated. Extremely frustrated. All right. Beer in the bat. We're taking it down. See you right there. The Happy Dad. Happy Dad equals water? Nah. Coors Light equals water. If I was up here drinking a Coors Light, then you could say it's water. All right, let's do it. Thank you to Bird Gang. Thank you to Dennis Designs. Second one of the day. down the hatch. Not bad, man. Not bad timing for me there. I think I like the beer bat better than the beer bong. Nathan Chip, do you think the Niners will make some signings today? I do. I think they will make at least one signing today. I'd be very shocked if they do not. But, if they are in on a player like a Dobbs or like a John Franklin Myers, they have a lot of teams interested, right? So a lot of stuff to work through for some of those players. A lot of stuff to work through. All right, let's get to those super chats that came in on the 49ers report. A few came in. Lyle, the Giants are calling about our Fred Warner trade. If the Niners trade Fred and Trent, I say tear this team down and rebuild. You cannot trade Fred Warner. I'm sorry. I don't care what the Giants are offering you. You do not trade Fred Warner. You do not do it. Can't do it. Thank you for the 5, Lyle. But if they did, do you rebuild? You're paying Brock Purdy a ton of money. So you really can't rebuild. You can retool a little bit. But I think the Niners are in win-now mode. Dalton, what's Trent Williams and Mac Jones trade value? I think Trent Williams minimum goes for a first-round pick, at least. Now, he is, of course, old, wanting a new contract, so could that knock it down to a high second? Maybe, but he's still one of the best tackles in the league. I don't think he would get like 2 firsts or like a first and a second, but got to be a first-round pick. At least that's what I would want if I was trading Trent Williams. Mac Jones, I think if there was a quarterback in a team out there, you could get a second-round pick. Now, does a team like the Vikings make sense? The Dolphins needed a quarterback, but then they signed Malik Willis, so they're off the table. It really just depends where some of these quarterback teams are at and who they want to go draft, right? Like you think of an Arizona Cardinals who have moved on from Kyler Murray, right? So I think a second. Dennis, I'd love to see Sidney Brown come around. He's a beast. He's got a lot of physical tools, but hasn't really had it between the ears yet. I'm seeing some people bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I would be shocked if the Eagles did that. They've already traded him away a couple times now. Who's the next guy behind Dean? Well, you have Bond and you have Jahad Campbell. And then waiting in the wings as well, you got Jeremiah Trotter Jr., but you really only need 2 starting linebackers when you live in nickel, and you only got 2 out there on the field. So, Taco! A real one here, one of our moderators on the 49ers report on my lunch break right now. Good to see you in here, Taco. Yeah, I know it's kind of a weird time for obviously a lot of people at work on a Monday while free agency is happening. So I appreciate all of you guys tuned in. 500 people on Eagles, 568 people on Niners. So appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Dalton, thanks for the 2. And then Mark, if the Niners hit on their first-round pick, I'll be able to fly. They won't. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see who's available. They don't have the best track record of hitting on late first-round picks. The Micah Williams one, I'm going to say incomplete because he got injured pretty early on. Ricky Pearsall has been injured, right? So, yeah. We'll see where they go this year. I think, offensive line would be a big one. Receiver, I think it's got to be one of those 2 spots. Got to be one of those 2 spots. Moves are slowing down today. And we can recap all the moves that happened here in just a moment. First, though, we got another $20 super chat from Go Bird Gang. They're flying in from Go Bird Gang today. It's another raffle ticket for you to win some Eagles merch. What's your favorite memory in Phillies and Eagles history? So, unfortunately, I was kind of too young when they won the World Series in 2008. I was only 7 years old, and so I do have like some recollections of watching that. But man, I was only 7. I really don't remember it a whole lot, to be honest with you. So I think to me, it was their World Series run a couple of years ago. I know they lost, obviously, but they were bad for so long for a lot of my, not cognizant, but a lot of my life where I could really remember what I was watching and knew what I was watching. Phillies were really bad for a long time. But them making that World Series run a couple of years ago, that was absolutely electric. Obviously, Bedlam at the bank, the Bryce Harper homer, like that series against the Padres was great. So really that whole year, that playoff run, that's got to be up there for me, man. And then what was the other one? Eagles. I'm going to go with that first. The first Super Bowl in 2017. I was in high school. I was like 16 years old. But watching it I remember I was watching it with just a bunch of my friends at the time. And, obviously they had never won one up to that point. And, the one they won a couple of years ago was great. But I was, living here in Dallas. So being able to, still living in Philly at the time, that was awesome. What happened to Chase? Chase is taking a little. We've been live for over 3 hours. He's taking a little food break, a little bathroom break. He'll be back. He'll be back for sure. Dennis Ringo officially out. Ringo out now. Oh, Mike Evans signing with the 49ers. Mike Evans is a 49er. Wow. I did not expect that. Are you kidding me? I can't wait to see what the contract is here.
Mike Evans to the 49ers.
Whoa.
This is a risk. This is a risk. Mike Evans to the 49ers.
Woo.
3-year contract. Wow. 350s while I was gone. Okay, let's go. Mike Evans to the 49ers. Had talked about the Niners' interest in him. I wonder what the money's going to be here. For those big-time super chats that came in, I'll give you a shambong, and then we'll spin the wheel 3 times after we talk about Mike Evans in length and in detail. Cheers. Mike Evans is a Niner. Holy crap. What are the contract details here? Big-bodied wide receiver, future Hall of Famer. He is 32, coming off an injury-plagued season. The Niners were going to be paying Brandon Ayuk $27 million per year, or $27 million for this year. They voided the guarantees, and now that money is pretty much being reallocated to Mike Evans. Once we get these financials in, we'll rip a video here. 12 seasons for Mike Evans with the Bucs. 6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, all-time franchise leader in catches, yards, touchdowns. Only player in NFL history and we've talked about this plenty, to have 11 straight years to start his career of more than 1,000 yards. Wow. I'll do an instant reaction here real quick. Major 49ers breaking news on day one of NFL free agency, and the Niners have made a splash. They are signing former Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans to a contract. We're not sure what the contract details are, but this is a really fascinating move for San Francisco. I've been talking all offseason about how the Niners need to get better at wide receiver and rebuild that room, but I thought they were going to do it by going with the youth movement. The 49ers, though, are signing Mike Evans to a contract as he's 32 years old, coming off a year in which he had some hamstring issues. But he's a future Hall of Famer, the only player in NFL history to start his career with 11 straight years of more than 1,000 yards. He's been in the NFL for 12 years. 6-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, the Buccaneers' all-time franchise leader in catches, yards, and touchdowns. This is a big-bodied threat who can go up and get it, make plays downfield, and be a big target for Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan must be happy as well. Wow. Kobe Bryant, 3 years, 40. I just did. Still waiting for the contract details for Evans. What is this contract going to be? If Alec Pierce got 29, and that's per season, Wan'Dale Robinson got 70 to 77. What is Mike Evans going to get? Mike Evans is a San Francisco 49er. Do you like the move, Mike Evans to the Niners? %33% A, 44% B in the chat. The Brandon Ayuk money pretty much going to Mike Evans here. Let me just go run and get my phone charger. My phone's about to die. We're talking Mike Evans here in a moment.
As soon as we know those contract details, we will let you guys know. They have not been released quite yet. We know it's a 3-year deal. That's about the most we know right now. Now, Mike Evans' agent did say that his decision to leave Tampa was not about the money. The Bucs were aggressive in their pursuit and presented what was said to be a very strong offer, but it came down to a desire for a new challenge as Evans entered the last years of his career. So he wanted a new challenge and a chance to win a Super Bowl. And he felt like he could do that here in San Francisco as their new number 1 option.
Huh. All right, let's just rip this video if we've got everything ready to go.
Yeah, I can just let you know if we see it at some point.
I'll keep my eyes on it as well.
Yep.
'49ers have made a splash in free agency. They have added a future Hall of Fame player at the wide receiver spot. As you come in here, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We've been live for several hours. We're going to stay live. And coming up here in just a second, going to talk about this Mike Evans signing to the Niners. But pretty much the money that was going to go to Brandon Ayuk is going to be allocated now to Mike Evans. Wow. It's incredible. Just a fascinating player to talk about here.
And we will get to all your super chats. I'm seeing some super chats come in on the Niners side of things talking about Evans. We will get to all of those as soon as we are done this cut that we are about to get into.
Yep. Cool. Trent Williams. Talk Trent Williams. Yeah. Devin Bush to the Bears. Wow. 3 years, 30. That's crazy. All right, let's talk Mike Evans here. Niners finally make a splash and a move. Day 1 of free agency. This is a big one right here. So let's talk about it. A lot of Niner fans were waiting for San Francisco to make a splash on the opening day of NFL free agency. The 49ers have done just that. Breaking news here on the San Francisco 49ers report on this Monday, March 9th, and a lot of people are going to be surprised by this. The 49ers have signed future Hall of Fame wide receiver Mike Evans to a contract. Now, we don't yet know what the contract details are. If we get that information while I'm recording this video, because we're live on the 49ers Report, hang out with us all week here on the show for our free agency coverage, I'll pass along those details. But this is a really interesting, fascinating move for the Niners. I mean, all offseason, I've been talking about how the Niners need to rebuild their wide receiver room, how they need to get younger, faster, and more athletic. This is really the opposite of that, right? Mike Evans is 32 years old. He's coming off an injury-plagued 2025 season. Mike Evans is a player who is never known to be a speed guy, but Mike Evans is one of the best wide receivers in the history of the NFL, and he is one of the most productive players in NFL history at the wide receiver spot. And the skill set that he is adding to the Niners is a really intriguing one. While Mike Evans has never been known to be a burner, he tracks the ball really well. He has a high football IQ. He has a diverse route tree. Because of his big body, he can box out DBs and make plays down the field. And while he doesn't do the vertical element of taking the top off of the defense with vertical speed, Mike Evans can make explosive plays because of the physicality that he brings to the football field. And I thought the Niners, offensively at times this season, were a little bit soft, especially along the offensive line, especially at wide receiver. You look at how the Niners performed against the Seattle Seahawks in Week 18 and in the divisional round. They couldn't get any separation on anybody in that Seahawks secondary, and Seattle did not fear the Niners wide receivers at all. By bringing in Mike Evans, this is a well-accomplished player who will force opposing defenses to game plan for him. And I'm seeing some of the reactions on social media from Buccaneers writers and Buccaneers fans. They are absolutely floored and shocked that number 13 will not be returning for a 13th season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that Mike Evans will be in a different uniform playing for a different team in 2026. You look at the 2025 numbers, 30 catches, 62 targets, 368 yards, was dealing with a bunch of hamstring problems. Obviously, I have big concerns about that and the age for the Niners because since 2013, they've been one of the most injured teams in football. But then you look at the numbers that Mike Evans has been able to put up consistently throughout his career. Prior to this past season, he has been available. He's been a dog. He has been a baller. And he is the only player in the history of the NFL to start off his career with 11 straight years of more than 1,000 yards. And his resume really speaks for itself. And that's why I think that Mike Evans is a future Hall of Famer. 12 seasons with Tampa Bay, 6-time Pro Bowler, 866 catches, more than 13,000 receiving yards, 108 touchdowns, a Super Bowl ring. There was also a specific criteria of what Mike Evans wanted with his next team. A great play caller and offensive coordinator, a quarterback who he trusted, and he wanted to get touches. Mike Evans is going to be able to get all of those things if he could stay on the field. The Pro Football Focus numbers obviously are not going to be that pretty because of the time that Mike Evans missed in 2025. And while we do not know what the contractual details are, oh, it looks like we have it. Okay, just came in. Mike Evans is going to earn up to, and you can put me full screen here, Chip, $60.4 million with the 49ers. Okay, so this is another reason why I kind of like this deal if Mike Evans can stay healthy. Alec Pierce got $29 million per season. I really like him. Tyler Linderbaum went from the Ravens to the Raiders at the center spot for $27 million per season. The Niners are signing Mike Evans to a 3-year deal worth $60.4 million. That's about $20 million in average annual value. And so the money that was going to be allocated to Brandon Ayuk is now being reallocated to Mike Evans. Because the Niners voided the guarantees in Brandon Ayuk's contract last summer, they were able to free up some financial wiggle room. And some of that money, because it was $27 million that Ayuk was going to owe, or was going to earn, in 2026. 27 for Ayuk, you get 20 and change for Mike Evans here, as that Ayuk money will be directed to Mike Evans. For where Mike Evans ranks in Buccaneers franchise history, on top of some of those accolades, I was just looking at this. He, as I mentioned, is the only player in NFL history with 11 straight years to start his career with more than 1,000 yards. Think about the consistency and the durability there. But he's also the all-time franchise leader in catches, yards, and touchdowns for Tampa Bay. Another thing for his criteria, he wanted to go to a team where he had an opportunity to win a Super Bowl. So Mike Evans clearly believes in Kyle Shanahan. He clearly believes in Brock Purdy. He believes in the Niners' vision. And while he's never been a speed threat, I do think the game can age pretty well because he's never had success by running that fast. I want to look at what his 40-yard dash was in the 2014 NFL Scouting Combine. 4.53. So Mike Evans has never been a burner. But at 6'5", he gives you a big-bodied wide receiver. I would imagine this means that Jauan Jennings is going to go elsewhere. Shoot, Jauan Jennings could be in the market for $15 to $20 million per season. The Niners just got Mike Evans for about $20 million per season. The only thing that is concerning, the age and if he could stay healthy. Because this Niners team has been snake-bitten so often with all of these injuries. So I want you to grade the signing here of Mike Evans, A, B, C, D, or F. What do you think about this big splashy move for San Francisco? Share your thoughts with me down in the comment section right now. And this is why you subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, because when breaking news happens, I'm always quick to talk about it in depth, in detail, right here on the show. We'll talk more Niners free agency. We also have a massive Trent Williams update to get to here on the show as well. But first, today's San Francisco 49ers report made possible thanks to our friends at Chubby's. Make sure you use the code ChatSports at chubbys.com/chatsports. You can get 20% off. In a world of boring meetings and endless to-do lists, Chubby's exists to make everything feel like vacation. Chubby's was founded in 2011 by a group of friends with a simple mission: rid closets of uncomfortable clothes and put the fun back in functional fits. They set out to create shorts, trunks, and polos that put personality back into the wardrobe with fits that look good and feel even better. And this year, Chubby's is celebrating 15 years of bringing back the shorts that started it all, the originals. Same iconic fit that thighs everywhere love, same lightweight, stretchy, comfort-first design, and the same you-do-you vibe that lets you go short or even shorter. Chubby's shorts aren't just dangerously comfortable, they're built with premium fabrics that are quick-drying, wrinkle-resistant, and antimicrobial. Antimicrobial. Okay, we got it right the second time. They're designed to keep you going from cannonballs to crushing cold ones in the same dang pair. Chubby's founded in 2011, 15 years of making great products that I absolutely love. So for a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off using the code ChatSports, chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's 20% off your order using the code ChatSports. Give your thighs the VIP treatment they deserve with Chubby's. Support our show and tell them that we sent you. So we talked Mike Evans here on the show, signing that 3-year deal worth $60.4 million, according to reports with the Niners, to give San Francisco a serious weapon on the offensive side of the football. And one of the big talking points this offseason is how the Niners need to get younger. Not necessarily doing that with Mike Evans. He's 32 years old. What will happen with Trent Williams, who is soon to be 38 years old? Ian Rappaport with this report a little bit earlier in the day, as free agency was just about to get started, that the Niners are now said to be open to trading Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams, sources say, if the situation doesn't get resolved. A resolution has not been easy, and Williams is frustrated with the process. He's due $32 million in salary with the $38 million plus cap number. And that's what I've talked about all along. Trent Williams is a great player. Trent Williams is irreplaceable. Trent Williams might be the most valuable player on this Niners team. Trent Williams is still playing at a very high level. But Trent Williams is going to be 38 years old. And you can't have Trent Williams at that age with a cap hit of nearly $39 million in 2026. So some people might panic by this. I wouldn't be surprised if the Niners did trade Trent Williams. It's tricky. It's got to be to a team that's going all in, that believes that Trent Williams can be the piece that they need to make it to get over the hump or win a Super Bowl. I look at a team like the Houston Texans as one of those teams that makes a lot of sense. Bad offensive line play has really hurt C.J. Stroud's development and the offense as a whole. They just traded for David Montgomery. Trent Williams lives down in Houston, and that team is ready to win right now. And they might take the chance to trade for a player like Trent Williams. But also, this is all about hardball, negotiating, the back and forth, Parag trying to flex his muscles, because the Niners don't want to get bullied around in these contract negotiations. But for Trent Williams, he's like, look, I'm still playing like an elite left tackle. We just saw Tyler Linderbaum get $27 million per year. Trent Williams isn't making that much more money than a center now. And now he could be incentivized to try to cash in one more time. What I think the Niners could do is just give him a contract worth guaranteed money, because there's no guaranteed money left on his deal. And that's probably a hiccup in some of these negotiations as well. But an overall PFF grade last year of 91.5, pass blocking grade 79.9, run blocking grade 92.8. He did give up 32 pressures, so there's been a little bit of regression there. Did give up 4 sacks, but Trent Williams elevates a mediocre offensive line into being a good unit. You lose Trent Williams, you have to have a plan in place. Releasing him doesn't make sense, because the dead cap charge would be, I think, $36 million pre-June 1. So a trade or working something out is the only thing that makes sense. The other thing, too, when Trent Williams was dealing with his medical situation with the Washington Redskins, he didn't play for an entire year, refused to play for Washington. Which team traded for him? The Niners. Who did Trent Williams say he wanted to play for? Kyle Shanahan. So Trent Williams is a Shanahan guy. Shanahan loves him as well. I think at the end of the day, they'll work something out unless they get blown away by a trade offer. Mike Evans to the Niners, latest on Trent Williams. This is the 49ers Report. Subscribe for more free agency coverage. Anytime the Niners make a move, we'll be breaking it down. Sweet. Just Evans in the logo. Sweet. Sweet. What are people saying in the chat? Some super chats that we can definitely catch up on. We're up to $792 in super chats on Niners. Let's get to 1,000.
Starting here with Mark. Mark's sending a couple. He's been sending them in all day.
Mark Munoz, we are so back, young, healthy. Although Mike Evans is not young and was not healthy last year. I like it, but obviously there are various concerns. Mark Munoz with another 5. Now we got to sign Debo, trade Mac Jones to the Steelers for DK Metcalf, and we would have the most physical wide receiver room ever. I don't really want to deal with all of the theatrics from DK. One thing I also like about Mike Evans, pretty low-key
We're on
guy.
the cut now.
So I like that about him at a position where guys are very, very vocal. Lyle, $5. Oh, you can toss it to me. Thank you. Good toss. Oh, sweet. Let's go. Thank you. Mark Munoz with another one. Or no, sorry, Lyle with this one here. You're effing kidding me. At the end of his career and slow, where's the younger, fast wide receivers don't like the move? What the Niners could also do is address wide receiver in the draft to get that speedster. So you've got Evans now for 3 years. Ricky Pearsall is now your number 2. Do you rely on Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing? Can you rely on them? Can you trust them? Or do you take a wide receiver at 27 to add to that room? Interested to see how it plays out. Francisco Avila. Evans doesn't make them younger or faster. C grade. He doesn't, but he does give you a Hall of Fame caliber player. David Law, $5. It won't matter if Brock is running for his life or on his back. Got to address the offensive line. If you're looking at the order of needs for the Niners this offseason, it's offensive line, wide receiver. So they went wide receiver. Now they got to go offensive line. And that'll probably be through the draft, because I said this in the weeks leading up to free agency. These offensive linemen are getting overpaid in free agency because the good ones rarely hit the market. So Aaron Banks signed for like $18 million with the Packers last year. They already redid his deal because he was awful and hurt for Green Bay last year, and he was just an okay player at best for the Niners. Tyler Linderbaum got $27 million per year. Rick Nyers, $5. What's up? Chase, Evans is a good signing. What's up, Rick? Now we need to sign Dobbs. Couple of offensive linemen to help, and sign Bosa to a one-year deal. Joey Bosa could help this pass rush. And the storyline of him being with Nick would obviously be a fun one. He has been healthy the last 2 years. Last year for Buffalo, he was productive. He would help out your pass rush, bring you a well-accomplished veteran. I don't think the Niners are now going to sign Dobbs. They get Evans. I don't think they're going to sign Dobbs as well. Caught up on Super Chats there.
Yep. Couple more free agency moves that happened that we'll get to here in just one sec. We got another Tampa Bay Buccaneer leaving Tampa, Jamel Dean, signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 3-year, $36.75 million deal. He's a good player, man. I like that signing there for Tampa. And what, $12 million a year for him? That's great value, I think, there for Jamel Dean, man. Good vet. And then the Bears signing Devin Bush, who was really good for the Browns last year, to a 3-year, $30 million deal to replace Tremaine Edmonds. I like that as well. Former first-round pick, was a little disappointing to start his career, but he's been really good. He was good last year, even though the Browns were obviously awful. Speaking of the Browns, they are signing Chargers guard Zion Johnson to a 3-year, $49.5 million deal for the former first-round pick who has not been good.
Yikes.
A lot of money for a guy who's been kind of a bust. If the Chargers are letting offensive linemen go, I wouldn't feel too good about him. Hey, Kane Angel. I still like the Buccaneers. Right there with you. So Zion Johnson going from the Chargers to the Browns. Another super chat to get to. Couple more. Faithful to the Bay with a $2 super chat. Evans signing is good. Upset about Linderbaum. You were never paying Linderbaum that much money.
No. 27 per year? Hell no.
You kidding me?
No chance.
Rick Nyers, we'll get to year 5 here as soon as it comes in. Up to $799.80 on Niners. 20 cents away from $800.
Let's
and we're
go.
up to $323 on Eagles.
Let's go.
Rick Nyers, another 5 here.
Shout out to Russell Cruz, editing Nirvana, Mike Poppy, Cool Hand Luke, Robert Bruce, Millie 420 for watching over on the Chase Down. That's awesome stuff. Rick Nyers with the 5. With the money we're not paying Brandon Ayuk and Jawan Jennings leaving, we have enough to sign Dobbs. Well, not actually. So the money that was going to go to Ayuk this year is now going to Mike Evans. Juwan Jennings leaving. He's going to probably double the contract that he made last year for the Niners. So, and just think about it like from a needs perspective. I don't think the Niners signed Mike Evans and Romeo Doubs. I think all along it was going to be to sign a wide receiver. But Doubs is probably going to get, if Alec Pierce got 29, 25.
Mike Evans. I was not expecting that one, man. I'll tell you that.
So the former Seahawk, Kobe Bryant, gets 3 years, $40 million with Chicago. $25.75 guaranteed, $14 million in 2026 cash. Big deal. Seahawks have now lost Kenneth Walker and Kobe Bryant. A lot of Niners players very pumped up about the Mike Evans signing. Seen a couple Instagram stories. The Malik Willis contract, 3 years, 67.5. 45 guaranteed, $23.5 million in 2026. The third round pick earned $1.4 million in 2025.
Gage just sent that in. I think it looks good. Pretty simple there. All right, here's what we're going to do. So earlier we had a little bit of that merch hour. Now, from 2 to 3 p.m. Central, we're trying to see who here at Chat Sports can pick up the most subs across all of our channels that are live right now. Got a bunch of channels live, crushing it during free agency. But we want to pick up the most subs during this hour. So I'm going to pop up the live counts we got on Eagles and Niners. And then I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'm going to see how many subs we can pick up in that time.
Let's go.
So let's get that going. We want to pick up the most subs during this hour out of everybody here at Chat Sports.
Also just got our hands on an Eagles Now shirt. We were showing the 49ers Report shirts a little bit earlier. Shout out to everybody who's gotten some merch today.
All right, so which channel here as well between Eagles now in the San Francisco 49ers report is going to pick up the most subs during this hour. We're going until 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. on the West Coast. Eagles now, as you can see on screen. I'm going to write these down so there's no cheating going on. Eagles now. We're going to start the count at 145,845 subscribers. That's how many we're at on Eagles at the start of our challenge here. Just picked one up there. Good stuff. And then for Niners, we're starting at 192,628.
All right, let's do it.
So those are the numbers. We'll check it on this periodically. Who's going to pick up more total subs by the end of the hour? We shall see.
All of our content is free. The more subscribers that we get, the more content that we've given you over the years. And anytime we're talking football, I always want our shows to be entertaining, insightful, informative, thought-provoking. I want you to have a voice and get involved. So lock us in, hit that sub button. Helps keep the lights on in the studio. It keeps the content free. Plus, you get to stay in the know with all of the latest news, all of the latest buzz, all of the latest signings. To everybody who is watching on the Chase Down as well. Love to see the support over there too. For those of you who missed the news, I started a brand new NFL show and YouTube channel. It's called The Chase Down. And we've got nearly 1,500 subscribers after launching it late on Friday night. So nothing is changing on the Eagles or Niners front. But this is just a way for me to give you even more NFL coverage. I've always wanted to talk about the NFL on a national scale. And so this is a platform that's going to allow me to do that. I'm going to throw that sub link in the chat. And I'd encourage you to join me over there for more football talk. Because we love talking football. Bang. Link is in the chat on Eagles. Link is in the chat on Niners. Up, Titans signing John Franklin Myers. 3-year, $63 million deal. So $21 million per year for John Franklin Myers. One of the top defensive linemen in this free agency crop. Sheesh. So John Franklin Myers goes from the Broncos to Tennessee. Robert Saleh getting him. Also made the trade for Jermaine Johnson. They've got Jeffrey Simmons. Tennessee's going to be pretty stacked up front. Yeah. $42 million in guaranteed money for John Franklin Myers. Brian Dable going to be coordinating that offense down in Nashville. Also got a really good pick. They could take a Reuben Bain, a David Bailey. They could get a weapon for Cam Ward. New York Giants, Tremaine Edmonds. 3 years, $36 million. It was such a lock that the Giants were going to sign a linebacker. The Bengals, 49ers, and Colts were also interested in John Franklin Myers. Titans end up getting him. $20 million or $21 million per year, as I said. Arden Key, 2 years, $20 million with the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, so big time for the Titans to get John Franklin Myers, reunites with Robert Saleh, of course. Now, Arden Key.
Yep, 2 years, 20.
Going to the Colts.
Indianapolis Colts. Arnold in the chat on the chase down. What's up, Arnold? Charlie Kolar. 3 years, 24.3 to the Chargers. The former Ravens tight end. I actually think he can be a really good player. He was kind of like a sneaky tight end option for the Eagles.
See. Still waiting on some of those to get in. So what was that average per year there for John Franklin Myers?
21. 21 per
That's
year.
good money, man.
Yep.
That is good money.
We'll have to do a prayer circle for Mike Evans' hamstring near the substation.
Say your prayers now. Reminder, we're trying to see who can pick up more subscribers now in the next 40 minutes. When we hit 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific. Who can pick up more subscribers by then? Eagles now or the 49ers report? Eagles now has picked up about 6 subscribers since we last pushed this before I left. Shout out to the most recent subscribers. You see your names on the screen there. Ryan, The Real Trey, Kevin McWade, Aaron Hunter, JJ. You want to see your name up there? Hit that sub button. Who's going to get more subs? This is Eagles. And then we will show Niners here. So about 6 so far for Eagles. For the Niners. What do we got? For the Niners, shout out to King Kong the Great, Party, Such, Alonzo, Viber, Lindsay we've picked up. Let's see. We were at 628. Also, 6 subscribers, so we're on a deadlock right now. Dead even.
Dead even.
40 minutes left. Who's going to get more?
Thoughts on the Colts trading Zaire Franklin? I think they needed to clear up some cash. Sports Wikipedia, watching on the chase down. I like him as a player. I mean, he's a Pro Bowl player. Good linebacker. Now for Green Bay. Very athletic. It's a good move for the Packers. We'll see if Franklin wants a new deal. I would imagine that could be part of the equation here. Indy didn't want to give him that, but Green Bay might be willing to. Brian Detweiler said, read my super chat from the Eagles Now stream. Let's see. Did you send in a super? Yes, $5. I see it.
Brian
Detweiler. How would you feel if we signed David Njoku from the Browns if Dallas Goedert leaves the Eagles? He has a proven track record. Yeah, we were chopping it up, discussing this a little bit earlier. I think that Dallas Goedert and David Njoku are going to demand like very similar money. Isaiah Likely earlier got 13.3, and he's a much younger player than both Njoku and Goddard. Njoku and Goddard have both been injured. They're around the same age, around the same price tag. Njoku's definitely more athletic than Goddard, but not as good of a blocker when Goddard is on his game blocking. So if you were to choose between both players at the same price, I would just go Dallas Goedert. He's got the familiarity with the coaching staff, with the roster, with the quarterback. I think that would be the better move. Njoku, though, is intriguing, and on a highlight reel, definitely pops a little bit more. Did we lose Dotson? Yes.
Yep.
He signed with Atlanta. Pretty good deal for him. What's he making, like $6 or $7 million per year?
I believe it was 7.5. Yeah, 2 for 15.
Yeah, 2 for 15. Oh, my gosh. Titans are adding at corner, signing Cordell Flott to a 3-year deal worth $45 million. J.K. Dobbins nearing a deal with the Broncos. So that'll be $15 million per year for Cordell Flott.
Yep. Alonzo, thanks for the 1.
Actually thought that there was a possibility he was going to get more. But the Titans, man, this is one of the things I said when Robert Saleh took that job. They had a ton of cap space. New stadium opening up next year. Clearly, ownership is giving Robert Saleh and who's the GM? Mike Borgonzi. Some leeway in free agency to spend. I liked what I saw from Cam Ward last year. Brian Dable's now going to be coaching him. I still think you need some weapons on offense. But that defense, that's Robert Saleh's calling card. Shaping up to be a pretty damn good one.
Dalt D with the $2 super chat on Niners. Thoughts on getting Franklin or Brisker? Well, if you were talking about John Franklin Myers, he is gone. He has signed with the Tennessee Titans. Jaquan Brisker, Penn State guy at safety for the Niners, could be pretty intriguing.
Yeah, but he's going to be pretty expensive. I do think the Niners could really use a safety like that who can make plays on the ball in the passing game. You know, Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa are better downhill.
Rick Nyers coming in with another $10 super chat. Draft Monroe Freeling, Besantis, or KC Concepcion for the Niners. Dude, Freeling is getting some buzz.
Yeah, I think Freeling goes top 15. I do like Concepcion. A lot of mocks have Freeling going top 15 now after what he did at the Combine. Concepcion, he'll be a first-round pick. I don't know. Chase Besantis, where does he go? He's a left guard. Niners have a huge need at left guard. He's only 21. Went to Don Bosco Prep, legendary high school program. Ran a 5.03 40-yard dash on his first attempt. J.K. Dobbins officially staying in Denver.
Philly boy coming in with a $5 super chat.
Signed to Kobe, move Jihad to off-ball linebacker. Well, he's already an off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, that wouldn't really be a change there.
You're saying moving him to edge rusher? I think he's too small. I think he's too small to play full-time pass rusher. Angry Mob, I love the Evans signing, but are we doing anything for our offensive line? Brock can use an extra half second. They better. I think that's more draft, though. I mean, you see some of these offensive line contracts, they're crazy.
Crazy.
Good teams don't let quality offensive linemen hit free agency.
Lyle.
Jeez, Titans also signed Alontae Taylor.
Oh, wow.
They are just loading up.
Seahawks just gave Josh Jobe a 3-year, $24 million deal.
Wow, $8 million. Former Eagles UDFA gem. Good for him.
see. Lyle here coming in with a 5. By looking at the schedule and looking at free agency, if the Niners don't improve the O-line and D-line in the draft, they are an 8-9 team at best. Well, they won, 12 games last year?
They won 12 games. Kyle Shanahan gives you a chance to win every week. Definitely need to improve the offensive line. Pass rush definitely needs to get better.
Yeah, no doubt you have to improve it, but have Bosa for a full year, Fred Warner coming back healthy. We'll see when Kittle can get back, but third place schedule. We will see. Trent Thompson.
Mac Jones and Green to the Vikings for Jordan Addison and Reynard. What do you think? I do think that Mac Jones can get you solid value back, whether it be draft picks or players. I just don't know. Like, ask yourself this. Do the 49ers want to deal with the headaches potentially of Jordan Addison after what happened with Brandon Ayuk? Mike Evans is the polar opposite of that. Mike Evans is like a low-maintenance wide receiver.
Some more signings. Brian Cook, Chief safety, signing with the Bengals on a 3-year, $40 million deal. So Kansas City's lost multiple members of their secondary now in free agency. We mentioned J.K. Dobbins going back to Denver. Alante Taylor, Chase just mentioned, 3 for $60. Woo! 20 a year for Alante Taylor. Wow, and then Josh Jobe back to Seattle. 3 for $24. Oh, how about 75 Dignan? Coming in with a $50 super chat.
75 CNC Niner Factory. Hey, fellas, with the Evans signing, can we compete for Trey Hendrickson now? That would be dope. Trey Hendrickson and Mike Evans. You're not getting younger as a team, but you are getting 2 excellent players when healthy. Let's spin the wheel a couple times here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Let's show the super chat menu one time, and then let's spin the wheel a couple times. Brian Cook to the Cincinnati Bengals. The former Chief to Cincy on a 3-year, $42.5 million deal.
Okay, here's our super chat menu. We just got that 50 from 75, so that is a wheel spin, and I'll give you some tickets as well to win some gear here, some Chat Sports for UB 49ers Report gear. Get you in there. Any super chat of $20 or more, you get a raffle ticket to win some show gear. Got some shirts that we can send to you if you do win. We'll spin a wheel at the end of the show to determine who wins, so got to be here for that. For the 50, we have a wheel as well that we'll spin with some different things on there. Every time you send in a 50, we'll spin that, and we'll see what it lands on here. Spin it a couple times. We got a few 50s. $10 coming in on Eagles. We'll get to that here in a sec.
Hold on. I'm trying to Get this Niners video monetized here.
Is it still checking?
I don't think it's a checking problem. All right, I got it. All right, let's spin the wheel.
Yeah.
We'll spin it 3 times. We'll see what we land on here. Had to do some air squats earlier. Ten push-ups. All right, that's one challenge. We'll spin it a second time. Ten jumping jacks. One more time.
10 more.
Another 10. All right, I'll do 20 jumping jacks and the 10 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then, Chip, we could put that on the ground, I think. I'll just bang out those push-ups.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah. You just want to pop yourself up.
Yep, yep. Okay.
How about the Titans so far? John Franklin Myers, Wan'Dale Robinson, Alante Taylor, Cordell Flott, Daniel Bellinger. Crazy.
You use that piece there. Let me see. I think I can just do this. All right. Yeah, crazy. Yep. Here they are. Here come the push-ups.
Right in your grill, right in your kitchen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There it is, baby. We'll never cheat you out of that.
Never.
Got to get him on cam.
Send it another 50. We'll spin the wheel again. Some good stuff on there that we haven't been able to hit yet.
$10 coming in here from Kabir on Eagles. Appreciate the $10 super chat here.
Kabir, thank you, man. With free agency coming up, it's underway, man. Who should the Eagles sign to improve the offense the most, as A.J. Brown saying in Philly? What's one superstar that could take the offense to the next level? Free agency signing to help the offense. I actually think they just draft on offense. It's not an offensive lineman that I like. Bringing back Dallas Goedert would make sense, but do they get younger and more affordable at tight end? Darius Cooper will have an opportunity to earn the wide receiver 3 job. Darnell Mooney is kind of an intriguing wide receiver who could help out, but he's hurt. He'd be more of a wide receiver 3, of course, but wouldn't hate that. Yeah, on offense, I think they're set. I mean, you've got your running back room is good. Saquon, Tank Bigsby, Will Shipley. Wide receiver room, depending on what happens with AJ, is really good. You'd address that in the draft, though. They can't really pay big-time money to anybody on offense. They've got to draft and develop there because their defense is super expensive. And right now, A.J. Brown's staying in Philly, but we'll see. You just never know with Howie. Never know. $5 super chat coming in from Francisco. I see you. We'll pop that up here in a second. Tony. Jeff Chipper. $20 super chat. One thing with Brock Purdy is that he throws with such good timing, touch accuracy, and anticipation. We've seen that work out with Jawan Jennings. It can work out with Mike Evans. Francisco, what team got better? What team got better and what team overspent so far today? Also, do you think the Niners are done in free agency for today? Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you, Francisco. What team got better? I think the Giants got better with Isaiah Likely and Tremaine Edmonds. The Titans are definitely bringing in a lot of good players, but it's not always that the team that spends the most money in free agency improves the most. But that defense is going to be really damn good, or at least it should be, with Robert Saleh as a defensive-minded coach. The Raiders, Jalen Naylor, Tyler Linderbaum. Linderbaum at $27 million per year is crazy, but it's only a 3-year deal, and the center position in the Kubiak offense is vital. I just like what the Raiders are doing in general. You know, you're going to draft a quarterback number 1. You don't pair him up with a defensive coach. You pair him up with an offensive coach. You now have 4 first-round picks the next 2 years. This year, you're at 1-14. You get a center to protect your quarterback. Jackson Powers-Johnson hopefully will be happier there at guard. Being at 1-14, you can go a variety of ways. Quarterback, offensive tackle, quarterback edge rusher, quarterback wideout. So I just like what the Raiders are doing in general this offseason. Mariota back to the Commanders. Lions, Larry Borum.
Big shout out to my dad.
Jeff
$20.
Chipper, $20. Great show. One tray away from finally getting back to the Super Bowl, but my money on the Eagles, not Jerry pulling the trigger. I mean, they made a move earlier. They traded for Rashawn Gary. So they miss out on Crosby. Hendrickson probably too expensive. So they trade for Rashawn Gary. Christian Parker, the new DC, knows Gary from their time together in Green Bay. But yeah, I mean, the Cowboys have not spent a lot of money in free agency over the last several years. I was talking with Tom, our Cowboys host, at the Combine, and their biggest signing in free agency over the last few years has been for $5 or $10 million. Really odd. But that offense is going to be really dynamic in 2026. If their defense is just okay, I think Dallas is a threat next season. So Jeff Chipper, hope all is well. Is he still pushing that Mercedes? Swag. Shadrick Moore, hopefully I pronounced that right. Who do you like the most, Jalen Carter or Trey Hendrickson? Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is still 24. Will be 25 next year. And Trey Hendrickson is going to be 32 next December, or this upcoming December, I should say. So that's a 7-year age gap next season at some point. Yeah, Jalen Carter over Trey Hendrickson. And I've talked about this before. I think that sometimes elite interior pass rushers are harder to find than edge rushers. So Shadrick, good question though. Matt Black, who'd you realistically be okay with getting for a Jalen Carter trade? 2 first-round picks is the starting price. In any negotiation, you're going to start high, maybe come down from there, but I'm starting off by asking for 2 first-round picks. Micah Parsons at 26 got 2 first-rounders. Maxx Crosby, soon to be 29, got 2 first-rounders. Jalen Carter's going to be 25, and he's an all-pro, and he's one of the more disruptive players in football. So I want 2 first-rounders. At least that's what I'm starting off at. All right, what else do we got? Charges against Patriots defensive tackle Christian Barmore have been dropped. Barmore rocking Asics with dress pants and a button-up shirt. Got to be comfortable on those feet. So on the Niners report, we're closing in on 193,000 subscribers. 359 people away from that number. Hit that sub button. Anytime the Niners make a move, we'll be discussing it here on the show. And then on the Eagles side, Niners side, we're continuing our march to 200,000 subscribers. Eagles, 150,000 subscribers is that next big milestone. Closing in specifically on 146,000 subscribers. So lock us in, hit that sub button. Angry Mob chiming in. $20 super chat. Friendly chatter, but I just wanted to let Chip know my Knicks plan on blowing your Sixers up all year long. Oh, we both know. We both know. Yeah, if that's the 7-2, which is possible, I guess 6-3 could still be possible. Yeah, it's I'd make it a 5-game series. I know. Josh Jobe is growing like crazy. I think the ticker went off there, Chip. All right. Getting close to the point of maybe signing off at some point here soon. What do people think? Sal Chavez, what's up with you, Chase? Are you good, brother? I'm great, man. There's a lot of stuff that we're doing on top of just hosting the show. I'm sending out tweets. I'm doing research, looking at data points, keeping my eyes on Twitter to see what signings are coming through. We're just hanging out with the people, man. Yeah, just a little bit of a lull right now. Honestly, if anything, we've been live for 4.5 hours. Just standing up here that long. Get a little tired. You know, we push through. Another 20. EJ Firestorm, if I'm John Lynch, extend Trent Williams for 2 years, get Vera Tucker at left guard, Boye Mafe, Tariq Woolen, still draft an offensive lineman and wide receiver, Dallas Goedert or David Njoku, to hold it down until Kittle comes back. Yeah, Ken, you get Trent Williams to promise you he plays 2 more years. And if that's the case, he's got no more guaranteed money left on his deal. So can you give him some guaranteed money that he likes? Don't hate that. Vera Tucker at left guard wouldn't be bad. You could go Joel Petonio, who I think would be probably cheaper. I don't think they would go Goddard or Njoku at tight end just because they're already paying Kittle a ton of money. They like Jake Tonches. I do think you might need to draft one. Got to go offensive line and defensive line for sure in the draft. James, $5. Appreciate you going live, Chase. I got rid of all social media, so this is perfect for me. Go Niners. Shout out to you, man. I know that probably wasn't easy, but sometimes I wish I could do that. But it's literally my livelihood and my life and what I do. I wouldn't be able to function without social media because of my job. Building the channel, building the brand, getting thoughts out there, getting my face seen and heard from. If you're in media and you're not on social media, I think you're doing your career and the company that you work for a disservice. But James, if you can afford to not be on social media, that's great. Because sometimes I wish I could just put the phone down and not have to worry about YouTube analytics. But I'm addicted to it, which is fun, but it becomes a lot. So, James, we got you. We'll be live giving you coverage all week. All right, we are up to $368 on Eagles in Super Chats. $932 on Niners in Super Chats.
So close. We got to get to a K.
I've got a goal. Can we get to 1,000 on Niners, 400 on Eagles, 32 away on Eagles from 400, 68 away on Niners? I've got a beer boot here that we can finish, and we can't sign off unless we get there. 1,000 on Niners, 400 on Eagles. Can we do it? I think that we can with some real ones here.
Bunch of real ones.
And then again, shout out to everybody who's been hanging out on the chase down. $60 people holding firm over there. Shout out to those of you in the comments on the chase down. Jeff Gaines, Philly Don, Joker, Chua, Odai, Brian Detweiler, J Key 420. Nice username.
Shout out. Also, we are 2 minutes away from the top of the hour. Our competition during this hour was to see which channel could pick up more subscribers. We started about 10 minutes after the hour, so really over the last 50 minutes. This is Eagles now that you see on screen right now, 145,868 subs. Shout out to Weapon X, Perry, Tara, Howard, Eagles fan, and Ryan, some of the recent subscribers. Eagles picked up about 25 subscribers. So shout out to everybody there on Eagles now. Picked up about 26 subscribers. And then for Niners, have they beaten that number? Still a couple minutes left. If you haven't subbed, sub for more free agency coverage just like this. On Niners, let's see. Moment of truth. Will it beat the 25 that I said? Niners is up to 192,648. That's 20. So it's very close. 20 for Niners, 25 for Eagles. Hit that sub button, baby. Very, very close battle there in the subs for this hour. Shout out Gorilla, Chris, Allison, Jerome, and Ethan. Recent subs on the 49ers report. Donald Knight, Eagles fan over on Eagles Now, saying that Mike Evans, the best signing so far for the Niners. So some love there.
A little over 20 million in this wide receiver market. I do like it. But he just has to stay healthy. And at 32, Kenny.
We will see.
For a team that's always hurt, Kenny, we'll see. All right, I'm going to put up a 2-minute Super Chat shot clock. If we get Super Chats within 2 minutes, we'll stay live. If not, we're signing off. Just got a couple. So I'm starting the 2-minute Super Chat shot clock, and I'll react to the Super Chats that just came in. 2-minute Super Chat shot clock is on. Especially those of you watching on Eagles. Let's go. Angry Mob. Purdy is my man. You give him a lawnmower, and that thing will score a touchdown. I just tweeted this out. I think a big reason why the Niners liked Mike Evans, they've seen how well Brock Purdy throws with timing, touch accuracy, and anticipation. He gives his receivers chances to make plays. You put the ball in Mike Evans' vicinity, he's going to come down with it often. We saw that so much with Jawan Jennings. K. Harvick fam, or no, yeah,
yep.
$2 Super Chat. Would trading for Michael Mayer be crazy? I don't think so. I love Mayer as a player. You know, that was one of the things on Eagles that I was talking about, that if you lose Dallas Goedert, Michael Mayer is an excellent tight end who can block, who's a really good player, who's pretty affordable. So he's behind Brock Bowers. Loved him at Notre Dame. Hasn't had a great start to his career, but I think there's more in there, no doubt.
Before we hop on out of here, before we do, want to give you guys one last reminder that we do have St. Patty's gear available right now that you can get by Friday if you order today. So it will get there if you use the express shipping, which we have a deal on. I'm putting the links in the chat right now. You can see the Eagles Philly drinking team merch on screen right now. That's chatsports.com/EaglesGreen. That is in the chat. And then for the 49ers report, the Bay Area drinking team merch, chatsports.com/NinersGreen. Obviously, St. Patty's Day is tomorrow, but if you're celebrating this weekend, you can still get in on the action.
Kane Angel, who is Michael Mayer? He's the Raiders tight end. Behind Brock Bowers. Second round pick before they drafted Brock Bowers.
You can pick up a hat if you want to. That link's also in the chat at chatsports.com/beers. And then you can get the gear by Friday if you go to the link, either chatsports.com/NinersGreen, chatsports.com/EaglesGreen. You choose express shipping. You can see there it'll be delivered on March 13th, which is Friday. And then if you choose the express shipping, knocked off from $9 to $5. So take advantage while you still can. Another super chat coming in. Who do we got? It's going to be EJ again.
EJ Firestorm again. What's up, Brody? If not Elijah Vera Tucker can get Evan Neal left guard. No Goddard or Njoku can get Noah Fant for cheap. AJ Epinesa, Joey Bosa. I covered AJ Epinesa at a high school basketball game. He was such a freaky athlete. Pretty sure he signed an extension with the Bills recently. So he signed, a 2-year deal. Yeah, he's a free agent. He's a physical player. Evan Neal, man, I've heard my guy Marshall rip him to shreds. That tells me I want to stay away. Can't wear 13. I did a a jersey swap of him in 88. I think it looks good. Some other people have been putting 83. I don't think it looks as good. No moves for the Eagles today. Very surprising. Oh, wow. Packers are releasing two-time Pro Bowl center Elgton Jenkins. Now, before you say, Niners, they should sign him. He suffered a brutal injury at the end of last year, so I don't think he'll be close to coming back. Yeah. Okay, Connor Hughes. According to sources, Jags entertaining offers for wide receiver Brian Thomas. Both the Jets and the Giants explored him at the deadline last year. Jacksonville wasn't willing to do any deal. That stance has changed. See, it's a red flag for me if he has that amazing rookie year, down year 2. I don't know why he was unhappy in year 2. And now the Jags are like, yeah, we're good. The diva high maintenance wide receivers, I just can't. Wow. Brian Thomas Jr. could be made available in a trade. All right, we've got exactly 8 minutes to go until we're live for 5 hours. If nothing happens until then, we'll sign off at the 5-hour mark. Until then, every super chat is a beer cheers. Andrew Nathan gets us started. Right on it. Eagles fans, remember to breathe. Howie waits until day 3 of free agency, unless it's to resign their own. Barkley Huff were a rare signing, and Howie we trust. More moves. Case Keenum back to the Bears, 2 years, 5.5. Boye Mafe to the Bengals. So the Bengals today adding Brian Cook, the safety, and then Boye Mafe to the defensive line. Not bad. How about this from Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated? The Evans to Niners signing is my favorite of free agency so far. He is the classic archetype of the Shanahan number one. Literally the kind of player they would dream up in that role. If healthy, he unlocks it all. We'll see. Adam Schefter also said on the Pat McAfee show, this isn't a true 3-year deal and really a shorter term deal than that, but it's going to be called a 3-year deal for Mike Evans for cap purposes. Probably means a year or two with some guarantees, but not much beyond that. Yep. I'm always talking football here on YouTube, but we're always talking football on my social media pages as well. So if you want additional football content from me, I, of course, launched the Chase Down, a brand new NFL and college football show. But also give me a follow on social media. X, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. We'll pop those up here in just a second. Cowboys nearing a deal for safety Jalen Thompson, according to Jane Slater. Yeah, hit me up on socials. Give me a follow. X at Chase_Senior. Instagram at Chase_Senior. TikTok at Chase_Senior. You can find me on Facebook. Chase Senior Chat Sports. Hit me up. Wow, going to be a 3-year, $36 million deal for Jalen Thompson signing with the Cowboys. Vic Fangio does value safeties. Christian Parker does as well. Wow, Boye Mafe, $20 million per year. Sheesh. Odafe Owe, 4-year, $100 million deal, $68 million guaranteed with the Washington Commanders. That's a bag. $25 million per year for Boye Mafe. No chance. Jimmy G going to be the Cardinals starter potentially. Wow. Oye, Mafe. Yeah, teams are paying up. Salary cap going up. It always happens in free agency, but man, it's a lot. All right, let's do this. Let's raffle off some of the gear. We'll have a jersey to give away on Niners for Jeannie Wyatt, $500 super chat. And I'll say this, if somebody sends in a $100 super chat right now on Eagles, we'll get you a signed Eagles jersey. Last call on that. Michael Vick. Vince Papali. Brandon Graham. The available jerseys, if you send in a $100 super chat. Quinyon Mitchell, available as well. Fletcher Cox. If you send in a $100 super chat on Eagles, that'll be the number to beat. And I'll get you a signed Eagles jersey. Number to beat on Niners is 500. Yeah, let's raffle off some merch. So what's this one for? Is this for both? Okay. Yep, cool. No, I like it. Spin that wheel. Okay. Jeannie Wyatt. All right, let me put some tabs here. Spin it one more time. Let's see who we land on. Dennis Designs. All right, I'll reach out to Dennis and Jeannie for that gear.
Oh, we got a Niner signing.
Niner signing.
Patriots offensive tackle Jaelan Phillips.
2-year deal. Wait. Okay. 2-year deal worth $12 million. $5.75 max. Vidarian Lowe was a 6th-round pick in 2022. And it looks like we do have the details in. Two-year, $12 million, $5.75 million guaranteed. So a 2022 6th-round pick by the Minnesota Vikings was with Minnesota in 2022. Patriots from 2023 on. It's going to be a backup offensive line signing for the Niners. He started 13 games for New England in 2024, 8 in 2023, only 4 in 2025. So we'll stay live. Yes. We do? That's shocking. Okay. That's good. Yep. Okay. All right. Yeah, that works.
Oh!
What do we got?
TG Philly, a $100 super chat.
Oh, there we go. Don't you have a boot to finish? Keep up the great coverage, guys. Good work. Tim G with the $100 super chat. Making it rain on this Monday. Cheers. I'll finish the boot for you.
Let's go.
Tim G. Tim G, if you want a signed Eagles jersey, email me, chase@chatsports.com. I'll give you the list of options and we'll send you one with what we have. Yep. Yep. All right. Vidarian Lowe to the Niners. All right. Let's get into it. Some more breaking news for the San Francisco 49ers on the first day of NFL free agency. This is the San Francisco 49ers Report. My name is Chase Sr., and as always, no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making today's show a part of your day. Earlier, the 49ers making a splash signing. Wide receiver Mike Evans, a future Hall of Famer in my opinion, and now the 49ers have signed an offensive lineman. No, it's not Tyler Linderbaum. He signed with the Raiders at $27 million per year. Highest paid interior offensive lineman in NFL history, by the way. It is not Rasheed Walker, the offensive tackle from the Green Bay Packers. It is a depth piece for San Francisco with some potential starting upside in the future, maybe. And I hope that if the 49ers can't come to an agreement on a revised contract with Trent Williams, that Vidarian Lowe is not their backup option. But that is who the 49ers are signing in free agency here. According to Ian Rappaport, it's a 2-year, $12 million contract for Vidarian Lowe, and it is worth $5.75 million in guaranteed money. Of note, the Niners on the roster currently, prior to making this move, didn't really have good backup tackle depth, nor did they have a swing tackle option. They've been depleted there over the last couple of years with players like Jalen Moore, for instance, leaving to get a bag from the Kansas City Chiefs. Vidarian Lowe is a player who started some games in his NFL career, but he's played a little bit of right tackle. He's played some left tackle with the New England Patriots, a team that obviously made it to the Super Bowl and won the AFC. He did play a little bit. He logged 317 snaps in 2025. Overall PFF grade of 61.4. Pass blocking grade, not bad, at 67.1. Run blocking grade of 56.8. Gave up 1 sack and 2 penalties in those 317 snaps. He was a 6th-round pick by the Minnesota Vikings in 2022 out of Illinois. He was with Minnesota in 2022, has been with the New England Patriots since then. And again, this is more of a backup depth piece and a player who has played primarily at left tackle, but can play a little bit of right tackle as well. He started 8 games with New England in 2023, started 13 games with the Patriots in 2024, and then 4 games with New England in 2025. And I've been discussing all offseason long how the Niners need to improve their offensive line. And that's really with starters, right? I don't think they're good enough at center. I don't think they're good enough at left guard. There is a huge puzzle that is not yet in place with Trent Williams. Is he going to play for the Niners in 2026? There was the report that we talked about earlier that the Niners have made him available for a trade if they can't figure out how to get a rework contract done prior to the 2026 season. So major question marks along the offensive line, but it is always important to address offensive line depth. And that's what the Niners are doing here with Vidarian Lowe. And in looking at his numbers, when he started those career high 13 games in 2024, want to look at his PFF numbers then. So he had an overall PFF grade of 54, pass blocking grade 66.9, run blocking grade 45.8. The overall grade ranked 69th among 81 offensive tackles, pass blocking grade 48th among 81 offensive tackles, and then the run blocking grade 45.8. He had 13 penalties, not ideal. That ranked 72nd. Gave up 5 sacks, 5 hits allowed, 33 pressures. So this isn't a player who you want to be starting for you at left tackle, especially protecting the blind side of Brock Purdy. But it's also a better option, in my opinion, compared to a guy like Austin Pleasance, who in Week 18 against Seattle got pantsed and embarrassed and just isn't a good enough player at the NFL level for a team that has playoff and Super Bowl aspirations. Grade the signing, Vidarian Lowe to the Niners, A, B, C, D, or F. As always, I always want you to have a voice on this show. And as you scroll down to make your voices be heard, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, because whenever the Niners make a move, whether it's a big one like Mike Evans or a small one on the peripheries of the roster like Vidarian Lowe, we're always talking about it right here on the show. More to get to, but first, today's 49ers Report, sponsored by Chubby's. And in a world of boring meetings and endless to-do lists, Chubby's exists to make everything feel like vacation. Chubby's, founded in 2011 by a group of friends with a simple mission: rid closets of uncomfortable clothes and put the fun back in functional fits. They set out to create shorts, trunks, and polos that put personality back into the wardrobe with fits that look good and feel even better. I like the color schemes. I like the designs. I like how fun they are. And this year, Chubby's is celebrating 15 years by bringing back the shorts that started it all. The originals. Same iconic fit that thighs everywhere love. Same lightweight, stretchy, comfort-first design. And the same you do you vibe that lets you go short or even shorter. Chubby's shorts aren't just dangerously comfortable. They're built with premium fabrics that are quick drying, wrinkle resistant, and antimicrobial. They're designed to keep you going from cannonballs to crushing cold ones in the same dang pair. And as we've been showing you, a lot of designs and color schemes available. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off using the code CHATSPORTS at chubbysshorts.com/chatsports. That's 20% off your order using the code CHATSPORTS. Give your thighs the VIP treatment they deserve with Chubby's. Support our show. Tell them that we sent you. So the 49ers so far in free agency have made 3 moves. And they are 3 moves that are important for this football team. You drastically improved your special teams unit in 2025. A big reason for that, Eddie Pinheiro helped to soften the blow of the Jake Moody unmitigated disaster by taking him in the 3rd round. And Eddie Pinheiro missed 1 kick last year. Led the NFL in field goal percentage. Number 2 all time in field goal made rate. 4 years, $17 million, $10 million guaranteed. And that's a little more than $4 million per year for a kicker who was tremendous last year. You also re-signed his long snapper in John Weeks earlier in the offseason. So you keep that 1-2 punch together. We'll see if the holder Thomas Morstead at punter is back. I think that you can get a better punter back with a longer leg, but we'll see. Mike Evans, 3 years up to 60.4. In an era where Alec Pierce is getting $29 million, and I love the player, and Brandon Ayuk was getting $30 million per season, the money, by the way, that was going to be paid to Ayuk, saved by voiding his guarantees, is going to Mike Evans. And I also saw that Adam Schefter had said, this is pretty much like a 2-year deal. Now, they called it a 3-year deal because of salary cap purposes, but a lot of that guaranteed money is going to be in the first 2 years. Mike Evans is a future Hall of Famer, 11 straight years of 1,000 yards to begin his career. He's been one of the most productive players ever. And what he wanted in free agency, a head coach and a play caller who he trusted, an elite quarterback to play with, an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, and he wanted touches. He saw all those 4 things with the Niners. I also think a big reason why the Niners made this move and were comfortable in doing so. Brock Purdy throws with great timing, touch, accuracy, and anticipation. He gives his receivers a chance to catch the ball. You put the ball up in the stratosphere of Mike Evans, in the vicinity of Mike Evans, chances are he's going to come down with it. This is also a young wide receiver room for the Niners. You bring in a very well-accomplished veteran, and with this robust wide receiver market, I actually don't hate the average annual value there. And then you address offensive line depth with Vidarian Lowe. There's also news that just came in. Compensatory picks have been rewarded to teams, and the 49ers are getting 3 compensatory picks in the 2026 draft, and they're all in the 4th round. It's going to be 133 overall for the Niners' first comp pick, 136 and 139. More draft capital in a round that you can find some really valuable players in a draft class that is very deep. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe to my new NFL channel, The Chase Down. Give me a follow on all my social media pages at Chase_Senior. Free agency getting underway today. We're not going anywhere. Keep it locked right here. Tua to Atlanta, official. Yeah, but he is going to Atlanta. What's that money? Do we know? 1 year min. So he'll compete with Penix? Wow. What was the cash there for Quiddy? Oh, I've got it here, I think. $16 million per season for Quiddy pay.
So here it is, Tua signing with the Falcons, man. That's crazy. Tua signing with Atlanta.
And by the way, for our Eagles audience, Eagles getting 4 compensatory picks.
Couple super chats coming in on the 49ers report. We're up to $971 in supers.
Gotta get to 1,000, man. Gotta get to 1,000 in supers on Niners. We're almost there. And then we're at 473 on Eagles. Can we get to 500? LFG, let's go.
Let's go.
Manjeet Singh, hopefully I pronounced that right, is Elgton Jenkins a target for the Niners? I knew this was going to come up. He suffered a brutal injury late in the year. So I don't know what his status is going to be for 2026. I would say no. Good question, though. EJ Firestorm, $10. 2 safety names I like as Niners. Jaquan Brisker, cheap as Nick Cross, still very young. Yeah, I like Nick Cross. Jaquan Brisker is like a pretty high-end safety, so he'd cost a decent amount of money. Both players I named a little bit earlier as safety options for the Niners. Mythic Bread, $69, $5. Hey, Chase, sorry I'm late. Can you give me a quick call catch-up in who we signed? Yeah, we were able to do that just moments ago.
Yes, sir. It's perfect.
Mike Evans. Vidarian Lowe. All caught up.
Somebody just DM'd. Wait. Somebody just DM'd my Sixers Instagram account. It said, "Tell Mitch to put mayonnaise on his chicken wings."
That's crazy. I've never thought of that.
Why? But like, why my Sixers account? Who's this guy?
Who's handling Niners?
Durham. Big news. Tua to Atlanta. So Tua's going to make $54 million this season, 53 of it from the Dolphins to not play for them. Insane.
Oh, snap. Yeah, the Eagles ended up getting a comp pick for Isaiah Rodgers. So it was expected that they were going to get 3. They got 4. Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Mekhi Becton, Isaiah Rodgers. That's dope.
And that first comp pick is pick 98 overall. Now Atlanta has 2 bum lefties. Yep. Penix coming off the ACL. Battling it out with Tua. What a quarterback battle there in Atlanta. Joseph Ernberg. Mike Evans signing means less rookie play time. F this team. Dude. Mike Evans signing.
Ernberg. The Niners signed a future Hall of Famer, man.
Sorry, Jake Tonches. Get out of that 88, buddy.
Yeah.
88 doesn't look good on
Mike Evans has to go 88. He can't go 83. It just doesn't look right.
He's really just replacing. Like, you're losing Juwan Jennings, you bring in Mike Evans, obviously no Ayuk there. Like, you really still need some other receivers to step up.
Yep.
You know, you'll have Pearsall, you'll have Evans, but outside of that, like, you still need another guy or two to step up. Dennis Designs, another $10 super chat.
Let's go, Dennis.
For our raffle winner.
Yeah, Dennis, I'll reach out to you because you want some Eagles Now gear. So we'll get you a shirt. So what? We're up to... Oh, what's that blue by Dennis's name?
I think that's the new moderator
Okay.
image.
That is vibrant.
Yeah.
$17 away from 500 in Super Chats on Eagles. On Niners. 27 away from 1,000. Can we get there? We got to.
Got to. But Buda Baker, I haven't heard he's available.
Buda Baker? Yeah, I think Arizona keeps him.
I feel like he's a guy whose name gets brought up every year, and it's like, no, he's not really available.
All right, I'm about to pee my pants. I got to use the bathroom. By the time that I come back, can we get to 500 on Eagles, 1,000 on Niners?
We can do it.
Lou just got us closer on Niners. We're up to 983, 17 away.
Come on.
Buda Baker on the trade block. Those were like hot rumors a couple years ago. But it's a deep safety class, Dennis, so I think the Niners just go safety there. Angry Mob gets us over a K. Rick Nyers adds on top of it.
Let's go.
Here we go. Angry Mob and Rick.
Come on, baby.
Lou, been rocking with you, sir, for some time now. Love what you do and appreciate it, sir. I like the Evans signing Niners, baby. Salute to you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate all of the support. Thanks for rocking with us. I like it too, as long as he can stay healthy. But with this team, it's a huge what if. Yep. Angry Mob and Rick, we'll pop your super chats up here in a second. We're one $20 super chat away from 500 on Eagles. Who's going to get us there? Angry Mob, John Lynch is mildly special, but his screw-ups managed to work due to coaching wizardry. Not nothing he ever did. It's a good coach being able to shine a turd. But Kyle Shanahan has personnel say as well, so that's part of the problem. And I saw a great tweet from Jim Tomsula's Ghost. I think that's the correct Twitter account. How he was talking about how Kyle has all this personnel say, and that's always a problem when coaching staffs have personnel say because they're not drafting players based on potential and projections. They're drafting players based on what they need now. And that's why the Niners overdraft so much. And I think that's a great point because, yeah, the Niners have overdrafted a lot of guys. Nick Martin being one of the more recent ones. And they draft for need, not necessarily for best player available. And coaches are not the ones scouting players. So they don't know about the long-term value or potential of a prospect. A little bit of an issue. Rick Nyers, $20. Let's go Niners. Indeed. Jordan, would I bring C.J. Gardner-Johnson back? Yeah, I would. Cheap and affordable safety gives you some edge and swagger on the back end. 2 years that the Eagles have had him. They've made it to a Super Bowl.
Another 10 on Niners.
Another 10 on Niners. LFG.
Another one.
Yo, let's go. King KC, any word on Trey Hendrickson? Nothing there. Word is mum on the Hendrickson front, but if Jaylen Phillips got $30 million per year, Hendrickson could get a fat deal. It's also pretty telling that the Cowboys kind of pivoted to Rashawn Gary, which tells me Hendrickson's asking price is a pretty penny. EJ Firestorm, another one. I see the Niners still get Romeo Doubs and Tutu Atwell for a speed wide receiver. The Rams gave Atwell a new deal, so he's not available. Romeo Doubs is, but I'd be surprised if they went Evans and Doubs. Good stuff, EJ.
EJ.
All right, I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. By the time that I do that, $17 away from 500 on Eagles. Can we get there?
We can do it, baby. 17 away. Tommy, is Mike Evans all we got so far? Mike Evans and Vidarian Lowe, former Patriots offensive lineman. Alec Pierce was already signed. He returned to Indianapolis. Howie loading up those one-year deals on a Wednesday, Andrew Nathan. Possibly. They have a lot of guys they need to pay in-house, so. Not a lot of money to work with for the Eagles. Titans made some good moves. Yeah, I mean, we could run through some of, like, before we hop on out of here, what these other teams did. Tennessee made a lot of moves, man. They traded away Tavondre Sweat for Jermaine Johnson. Like that move for them. Get another edge rusher in there, which they desperately needed. And Sweat hasn't been all that good. Mitch Trubisky, whatever, backup quarterback. Daniel Bellinger, backup tight end, whatever. They pay up for Wan'Dale Robinson, good slot receiver. We'll see if he's worth that money. But it was pretty much a lock that he was going to go there and reunite with Brian Dable. But then these moves I like. But again, a lot of money being dished out on the defensive side of the ball. John Franklin Myers, a 3-year, $63 million deal, 21 per season. Really only the first 2 years of that are guaranteed. But big deal for JFM, reuniting with Robert Saleh. They also add 2 corners, and Cordell Flott for $15 million a year, and Alontae Taylor for $20 a year. So they're paying up, man, but they're being aggressive. We'll see if these moves pay off. I can respect them going out there and being aggressive, but paying a lot of money for these guys. Gardner Minshew going to Arizona, so maybe they're not going the Jimmy Garoppolo route. Maybe they're not going the Jimmy Garoppolo route. They sign Gardner Minshew. Shout out.
Wait, who did?
The Cardinals.
Oh, my gosh.
So is he going to start for them?
I wonder if they could still sign Garoppolo to be the starter. Minshew as the backup and then maybe draft a young quarterback.
Yeah. That's funny, though. Gardner.
Sheesh. All right. I think we're good to sign off. Because I want to do... shit. Comp picks for the Eagles. Restructure the contract to Michael Carter. I think we could script that out instead of just doing it on the fly. Yeah. All right. We're going to sign off for now. Thanks to everybody for hanging out here with us all day. Live for nearly 6 hours, day one of free agency. Oh, Dennis Designs. Let's see another beer bat. That gets us over 500. Dennis, I'm going to drink the rest of my water because I am so thirsty. You got anything to drink over there?
I'm out of Happy Dads. I low-key wouldn't be against doing another one to send us out.
Go ahead.
So let me go get one more, Dennis. Just because you're a legend. Just because you're a legend. I'll do one more to send us out here. I'm trying to pop this up, though, first. If it ever wants to appear. We also got a 20 from Easy Does It, a.k.a. Quinn.
What's up, Quinn? $20 super chat. Donald Knight, take care, bro.
There we go, Dennis. Let's see another beer bet. For my guy, man. For my guy. Hey, you know what? To celebrate 1K and 500. Legendary stuff. So let me go grab that real quick.
Dennis. What a guy. CCSYT21 said the Eagles are close to a re-signing. Who is it? Yep. Let me know who it is.
Lost internet.
Lost internet.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
we're back.
We're back?
We're back.
Okay.
We're back, guys. We're back.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Now we're back.
I don't even know if that actually showed that we left. All right, let's do the beer bet and then...
Maximo, what's up, man? Watching on the Chase Down. Good stuff. Robbie, Chase looking pretty. How you doing, brother? Much love, my guy. Robbie, thanks for watching on the Chase Down. Brandon Tillman, William Roberts, DePrince, all hanging out on the Chase Down. We're 6 likes away from 100 likes on the Chase Down. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Let's get that stream to 100 likes.
All right, to celebrate a successful day 1, and it's still not over. Plenty of stuff can happen.
Oh, yeah.
It's a successful day 1 of our stream. Wow, we're almost at 6 hours.
Yeah. Time has flown by.
That's crazy. One more beer bet for Dennis, and really just for a successful stream today. R. Wilson, geez, I missed a lot. A lot of signings today, but a lot of players still left. Here we go. Shout out, Dennis.
Beer bat takes us out, Dennis. Chug, 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 chug a lug.
Oh. Number 3 down, baby.
Like it ain't nothing.
Like it ain't nothing.
That takes us out fittingly. Good day 1. We've seen crazier days, but a good day 1. All right, we're signing off. If something breaking happens, we'll definitely be doing a video, potentially another live, depending on what that breaking news is. We'll have another Eagles video up on the channel here in a little bit. Be on the lookout for that. For Niners, we'll let some of this stuff roll, and we'll see on that front. I'll have episode 3 of the Chase Down coming up a little bit later, so keep your eyes peeled on that. Content never stops, especially during free agency. So day 1, not quite in the books, but we're signing off after nearly 6 hours live. Thank you all for supporting. We'll be back live tomorrow as well. For Chip, I'm Chase. Take care. Peace.